Good morning to all our viewers on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. We are here for day 2, this action between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval. We're about to get underway. And first delivery, the bowler Fiaz Bash, the leg spinner, is into the attack, and the not out batsman overnight, Ronaldo Fornillier, he's not out on 7 off of 28 deliveries, and Riyad Ali Khan 4 off of 62 at the non-striker's end. And the overnight score of 141 for 6 off of 47 overs. Trinidad and Tobago getting first innings points, overhauling Guyana's 109 yesterday. So one off the inside portion of the bat. Lewis gives chase from first slip. Brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. An exciting day's cricket on day 1. Reminding you, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Guyana into bat. On a full day's cricket yesterday, we had a little bit of overtime, going past 5 o'clock to get our 90 overs in. As Ali Khan is on strike. 4 runs overnight. He was there for quite a long time. 63 deliveries he faced. It's a full delivery, goes across the line of it. Ali Khan called through for the single, as Lewis again had to do the chase from first slip, and by signaled by the umpire, didn't get any bat onto it, and total goes up. The end of the 48th over, and Trinidad and Tobago 143 for 6. Just to remind you of the scores yesterday from Guyana, standing captain for the day, 2-day encounter, Parmeshwar Ram at the top of the order. He went for 3. Lomar Sicharan 3 boundaries in his 14. Richard Ramdahal 15. Lewis for no score. Shamar Apple went for 5. 1 boundary in that. Adrian Hedmeyer, and batted quite long, 82 deliveries, and top scored 45 before he was out caught cutting away down at third man to be the last wicket to fall in the Guyana 11. Dave Mohammed went for 6. Yaqub 9. Fiaz Bash replacing Navindra Sankar in the team made 3. Mika Amsterdam no score, and Darwin Joseph was not out on 0. 9 extras in that total of 109, and the 4 wickets for 15 runs from Holder. Amsterdam set to start here from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end down to finally. Look for 1, they're going to come for 2 quite easily to add to the total. Trinidad and Tobago with a lead of 32 overnight, and 2 runs to the total in this over. So Trinidad and Tobago started off with a very healthy run rate yesterday. Joseph cuts out the single at mid-wicket. It was a blazing start from Christian Lal and Salim Khan yesterday. Lal made 14. He was caught off a no ball at Gully, and he was on 4 at the time, and 10 runs later he was out for 14. Down the leg side from Amsterdam, who bowled quite well yesterday. Started off with just 3 overs in his first spell, and came in after tea. Bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 31 yesterday. Salim Khan, top scorer for Trinidad, 35. Darius Batu Singh was out with an excellent delivery from the captain Ram. One from right arm round the wicket that swung into the left hander, beat him between bat and pad, and he was out bowled. Roberto Baggio was building a nice partnership with Khan before he went for 23, and Adi Ramsaran hit the ball all around the park, made 30 with 1 6 and 4 fours, and Cristiano Ramnanan 2 sixes in his 18, batted for quite a while as well in partnership. Another delivery here down the leg side from Amsterdam. Cristiano Ramanan batted quite long with Adi Ramsaran and then with Ali Khan. And Ali Khan and Fornelia not out overnight. Coming to the close of play, the run rate just dropped to 3 runs per over in the innings for Trinidad and Tobago, and it was hovering just under 6 for the first 15 overs of play. Trinidad and Tobago 47 overs overnight in that 141. A good looking shot here from Ali Khan. Hetmeyer giving chase at cover, and they come through for another 2. So Ali Khan finding it easier to score this morning. As the Amsterdam over comes to an end. 147 for 6. Our crew here this morning to bring you live coverage from the Queen's Park Cricket Club. And on camera we have Mr. Kadeem McGregor, fresh off the ferry, and producing Aidan Rampasad Singh. Fornelia facing up the Basho ball quite well yesterday. He had a number of maiden overs. 6 maidens, in fact. Joining me here on commentary is the one and only Mr. Kadir Mohammed. Some would describe him as the chief cook and bottle washer whenever he is present. Good morning, Kadir.
Good morning to you, Billy. Good morning to all of our viewers who've tuned into this enticing on the 17 clash. At the moment, Trinidad and Tobago in a good position, you'd say here, Billy, with a lead of just about 38. And Fornelia is just getting behind this one and working it down behind square. It's going to go all the way for 4. So he picks up his first boundary of the morning. And 150 now comes up for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's been an excellent partnership from the lower order from Trinidad and Tobago. They've batted quite a long time. 101 deliveries in all the pair has faced, especially Ali Khan. 71 deliveries. And looking to get a move on. They said the run rate dropped from just under 6 yesterday down to 3 at the end of the day's play.
Yeah. End of the over from Bash at the end of 50. It's 151 for 6.
And in particular, Kadir, the spinners just put the brakes on the Trinidad and Tobago scoring rate. Gibran Yaqub, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. And Bash, as we mentioned before, 6 maidens, 1 for 20. And as well, Richard Ramdahal, 1 for 16, but 3 maidens off of 7 overs. Mohabir as well picked up a couple wickets for 25 in his 7 overs. Also delivered a maiden. And he was the guy to get the wicket of Salim Khan. And Salim Khan was looking to go aerial, lifting the ball over extra cover for a couple boundaries. Eventually he was dismissed driving in the air. The ball pitched a bit wider from Mohabir and he was out. A good catch by Yaqub at point off of the spinner. But so far the two batters out in the middle looking very positive in their approach. For the second time, Amsterdam just bails out of his run. He's bowling from the northern end of the ground and the media center end.
Yeah, I like this move from Guyana. Second morning, final day of this two-day clash, and they've started with the opening bowler, Micah Amsterdam, who was, I thought, was a bit unlucky with the new ball. Giving him the opportunity this morning as he goes past the edge. Ali Khan, as you mentioned, 72 deliveries for his 8. But a large part of that was down to him just trying to see Trinidad and Tobago home at the end of day 1. And he did that job. So now it's this morning for him to come and sort of get in a better rhythm, pick up the runs on offer.
There again, Kadir just not quite comfortable with his approach to the stumps. That delivery that he bowled, the previous delivery, was a type of delivery that, well, he bowled to Lal, who hit the ball in the air to Gully, and it was a no ball. And so Lal got a life there, but it stemmed from the fact that he's not happy with his run-up during the course of the innings, and the fact that he also picked up a wicket off of a no ball could be the reason he's bailing out of these run-ups.
Yeah, definitely. We saw him there just remarking his run. And, you know, as a fast bowler, especially at this age group, you want everything to be in order as you approach the crease. You want to sort of mirror everything that you do when it's a good delivery. You want to feel right, you know, at the point of delivery. You want your steps to be consistent as well.
He goes in the air, Ali Khan. He's getting more and more comfortable the longer he stays. He's looking better and better this morning. This one travels all the way for 6. So while Amsterdam is just struggling with his run-up and no balls and trying to prevent himself from bowling no balls, in the meantime, he's pitched up a delivery here, and Ali Khan looking to benefit on the instability in the run-up from Amsterdam. And a good-looking shot clears the front leg and hitting through the line of the delivery over mid-off for 6.
Yeah, mid-off inside the circle, and it was good from Ali Khan. Got a good piece of it. Confident. All the way for 6. And that time, just trying to play through the offside, coming off the inner portion of the bat. And 2 slips in place for Guyana. There's a third man, a backward point, cover, mid-off, a shortish mid-on. Man just forward of the square leg umpire, and a fine leg. Played nicely from Ali Khan. Whippage on that occasion, and it's going to be hauled back inside. So a couple completed, and Ali Khan growing in confidence here this morning as you look at this delivery, just whipping it off the stumps and getting it in the gap. And his confidence is growing, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. So whatever he had for breakfast this morning is working, because he certainly has an appetite for runs out there. He's stroking the ball to all parts of the ground. And not just that, Kadir, he's also working the balls into the gap early on in the first couple overs, and just running the first one and getting a couple 2s in the outfield. And now having gotten that rotation of strike in place and timing the ball better and better, and he's looking to go big now.
Yeah, this partnership growing for Trinidad and Tobago as Fiaz Baksh comes back in. Lead 50. Healthy lead as you would consider, you know. And these two would want to bat as long as possible. The runs seem to be coming quickly this morning.
Nicely played down by Funilia this time. Long off and long on in place, and despite the fielder's spread, there's 3 out in the deep, 1 at deep mid-wicket. They still maintain Emmanuel Lewis at that first slip position because they're backing their bowler Fiaz Bash. He's been quite miserly, so they're still backing him to try and pick a wicket up as the fielders come in for Ali Khan on strike.
That should have been a single. That should have definitely been a single. The fielder from Amsterdam, it looks to be, had to run away to his right. And no run taken in the end. But I like this move from Guyana, though. They're keeping that option open with the slip in place. Bash is holding a decent line into his 13th over, and he's just conceded 21.
Takes a single this time to mid. It's Yaqub there at mid-off. And they're going to get an overthrow here. The throw into the non-strikers, and Bash could not hold it in. It was low down at his ankles and to his left. And Lewis has to give chase from first slip. As he picks it up, he just looks back admonishingly. Not quite sure who he's gazing at, but he's certainly not happy that he'd had to do another chase from first slip, this time for an overthrow.
Yeah, it looks to be Mohabir at mid-off. In fact, is it Yaqub? It's Yaqub at mid-off. But now he's dropped back down to long off as Fornelia is back on strike.
It's Mohabir there at mid-wicket. But Kadir, very interesting in that over to score 163 for 6 after 52. Trinidad and Tobago bringing up the 50-run partnership, the 50-run lead in the previous over. But very interesting, they decided to give the single to Fornelia with the free spread from mid-off and mid-on to the boundary. But it seems as though Ali Khan is the man looking to hit the ball in the air and be aggressive. I'm just wondering, do you think if they thought they fancied their chances of trying to tempt Ali Khan to hit the ball in the air, thinking that he would spoon it to mid-off or mid-on?
Yeah, I think exactly that. They're trying to give him that option to go over the top. If he wants to score, go over the top. As opposed to Fornelia, he's a little bit stronger. Might be a little bit more inclined to clearing the ropes. Ali Khan, no more with the bat. Can certainly hold his own. On to 19, and with this league growing, you would assume that the Guyana team, they would be concerned with every run that is added to this lead. Lead now 54.
Equally concerning as well that the opening fast bowler is not happy at all with his run-up. Gets the edge down the third man, Ali Khan. So he's quickly moved on to 20 off of his 81 deliveries.
He's added 14 this morning already. Was not out on 6 overnight. It's now on to 20 from 81. And it could just simply mean that Amsterdam could just switch ends to see if maybe the Barnard Pavilion end might be a little more conducive for him. At the moment, he's opted to continue here at the media center end. In the air, and the catch is taken. Adrian Hetmeyer taking that catch there at cover. Fornelia was shipping to play leg side, came off the top edge, spoon to Hetmeyer, who takes the catch. So Amsterdam, after having struggled with his run-up, he's gotten a wicket here. Fornelia has to go.
So many times we see one bowler keeping it tight at one end, the bowler at the opposite end getting the wicket. And he's been struggling. One-handed catch by Hetmeyer. And I thought for a moment he was backpedaling. Seemed as though he could comfortably take it with two hands. And then slowed down at the rate he was backpedaling and decided to stick out that right hand. He's in tremendous form with the bat. But he's been very enthusiastic in the field again. Now, had that one gone to ground, I think his players would not have been happy at all with him deciding to go with one hand and sticking that hand out in the air and taking the catch. Not exactly something that would please the coaches. The coach's heart might be in his mouth. In that occasion with Hetmeyer trying to take that catch with one hand.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that he held on, and that's what the Guyana team would have wanted here. Early lift this morning. They've gotten their 7th, 164 for 7, as Fornelia has to go for 13. Sion Charles is the new batter. So, yeah, definitely Billy, in terms of technique, you'll want to see him holding on with 2 hands if possible. But it seems as though he may have misjudged it slightly and has just had to recover, held on.
Yeah, I think he wasn't quite sure. He was backpedaling, and it's never easy when you're backpedaling and not quite sure if to turn around, if it was going too far over his head and how fast the ball was traveling. And in the end, we'll give him credit that he managed to hold on. Interesting, they've taken out one slip for Charles and just strengthened that offside field.
Charles lets this one go by, Sion Charles. So Amsterdam, though, he's been a little bit not happy with his approach to the crease, but he's been consistent on that just outside the off stump, back of a length, that 6-meter area.
He started with a couple deliveries down the leg side, but has recovered in terms of his line, despite the fact that he's struggling with his run-up. There again, he just bails out of it. And it seems to be just around the 10th stride from the popping crease. It seems to be as though he's just extending the length of his stride, trying to get up to the crease. Have a close look at him in this run-up again. It's a slow approach. And right there is a little bit of a hop. And just an overstride, it seems, at that point in the run-up. And it's just leaving him a little bit uncomfortable. Seems as though he's trying to stretch to reach the crease.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. The steps needs to be consistent. Everything needs to work hand in hand, cohesively. Look at him here again. Yeah. I'm seeing the point you're making there, Billy. He just seems to be at that point of getting into his delivery stride. He just seems to overstep at that point, not happy.
I don't know if that's the point he's looking at accelerating to generate more momentum through the crease and just a little bit of an additional, I don't want to say skip, but it seems as though he's just reaching a bit with his legs. Not on this occasion. And he didn't do it there and just bailed out of the run-up. And that is the inconsistency in the approach. And just as we were looking at it, where he was taking that extra stride, and right on cue it seems, he didn't do it there and pulled out of the run-up. So it seems to be a rhythm factor for him. But you want to take consolation that he's already taken a wicket in the over.
Something for the coaches to work on with Mike Amsterdam, a work in progress. These are the 17 boys. On that occasion, he got it outside the off stump and went past the edge. End of a successful over from Amsterdam. 164 for 7.
Yeah, and the action as well seems to be affected because now he's bowling with a more slingy action. He did have a bit of a sling in the action, but as he's struggling to get pace and momentum through the crease now because he's focusing on the run-up and not quite focusing on the delivery action itself. So more of a slingy action in that final delivery. And the point you were making as well, if for him switching ends, and this might be the reason that he can't switch ends because of this young man, Fiaz Bash. Because he's bowled so well from that Brian Lara Pavilion end, Bash. He's bowled from that end for the entire innings. And very consistent as well. And a preferred end for him in this innings. So Amsterdam may not get the opportunity to bowl from that end just yet.
Sweeping here is Ali Khan behind square. Work for Hetmeyer to do. He's going to cut it off. Going to come back comfortably for 2.
It's a good return. Just to the height of the top of the stumps. Keeper didn't have to move. keeper Shamar Apple.
Exactly.
Amsterdam as well has bowled from this media center end all through the first innings. So Uppish peeling off the outside edge. They're on a misfield. And they're going to get the run as Lamar Sicharan cleans up the work of Amsterdam at point. He's not happy at all, the young man. And he also has the ability to produce Yorker deliveries right on cue. Whenever he seems to want to bowl it, he's bowled quite a number of them in round 1 and in the first innings here as well. So it's quite a good ability that you want to see, that your bowlers can bowl that type of a delivery whenever they want to.
Bashka again is continuing to peg away at the TNT batters. It's been very impressive, he has, Bash. Like his control. And Charles is going to get off the mark. Nice looking drive down to long off.
Very interesting. They clearly want to bowl at Ali Khan with the leg spinner Bash in the attack, because they are giving a single. Even though Charles is new to the crease and just 4 balls, they gave him a single to get Ali Khan on strike. There's an appeal here. Again, he's trying to repeat a sweep shot down the leg side to give more work to Hetmeyer, who's all the way across a deep mid-wicket. But Ali Khan has been getting that sweep shot fine and to fine leg, and a lot of work from his. Look at it here again. He's trying to put more power in the shot this time. And not quite sure if that was the googly delivery, so it went further down the leg side. And a good take by the wicket keeper to end the Bash over. Lead now 59. And I think the approach, Kadir, from Trinidad and Tobago, particularly Ali Khan, he absorbed a lot of deliveries yesterday, as you said. Firstly, to get to that first innings total by Guyana, and then to see off the day's play, as they were just starting to lose a few wickets. And he's come out this morning with a different approach. Amsterdam again, absolutely not happy at all. And I suspect maybe the captain for this game, Prameshwar Ram, gave him another over because he picked up the wicket.
Yeah.
So just thinking that he may have thought of bringing himself on as an option, because he also opened the bowling, but from the pavilion end on the south side, the captain Ram.
Yeah, there's also Emmanuel Lewis, who also bowls a bit of medium pace. We've not seen him so far in this innings. Maybe
Searching for that Yorker delivery, full toss, which happens at times, searching for that Yorker delivery and not quite getting it right. And in particular, that's why we don't see a lot of players in the shorter version of the game go to that Yorker delivery too often, when at times the fans and even the commentators saying that the Yorker would be most appropriate when the batsmen are striking the ball well. And it's because the tendency to bowl a full toss. Well, that's an excellent delivery.
exactly where you want to be. Area, corridor of uncertainty from Mike Amsterdam, and credit to him though, he's not had the smoothest approach this morning, but when he's pitched it, he's got it right more often than not.
That one tailing back in, and that's the type of delivery that he can produce, just to seam back in. And he's bowled him looking for so he's gotten another wicket here, Kadir, and persevering with him. And this time he pitches up another delivery, and I suspect it'll be another in-cutter, and gets the wicket of Sion Charles, who was just defeated outside the off-stump and narrowly missed being bowled, but couldn't escape it this time. Have a look at this delivery.
Inward movement again from Amsterdam, and again it was that good area. And Charles, defense has been breached. He has to go for just a single. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 8 with a score at 168.
From early on this morning, the approach from Ali Khan. So Trinidad and Tobago, from his approach, one might think that they were looking to try and get as much runs as quickly as possible and still play within the confines of the line and lengths of the delivery, but look to score and be more assertive in the innings, Ali Khan. And he's done so far with 23 off of 85 deliveries, scoring quite rapidly from his overnight score of 4. And it might be time, in terms of time is what they're thinking about in the back of their mind, because Trinidad and Tobago having a lead now over 50, at some point they were either thinking that perhaps a declaration or bat until lunch or bat all the way through their 10 wickets and try to amass runs as quickly as possible to reinsert Guyana and to try to get a result in this game.
Yeah, it all goes well for Trinidad and Tobago going forward, because the lead is 59, and I think, though this is just my thoughts, that if they could stretch it to just about 70, 75, that could prove to be a psychological advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in discussion with our producer, Aidan Rampasad, saying this morning, and looking about how the course of the day would play, and I gave him the number 80 runs, that if Trinidad could get an 80-run lead, they could just try and put Guyana under pressure.
Here's the new batter, Daniel Holder, left-hander, and Amsterdam is looking to go full.
There's that Yorker delivery again that he can produce. He missed one in earlier on with a full toss, but in this occasion he's bang on target. And I was about to suggest, if he was struggling over the wicket, if he would have just had a thought, although it was right-handers batting, if he would have gone around the wicket. So he's around the wicket now to the left-hander. And let's just see how he goes in terms of consistency in line and length.
Again, he goes back to that good length area, and his action though is one that is lending to those Yorker length deliveries. He's slightly wrong arm or slingy, as we would say, so those type of deliveries you would expect it to come into the right-handers or leave the left-handers. Have a look at him here. Again a Yorker length delivery, and again Daniel Holder is equal to the task.
The over comes down in 55 gone. Successful over for Mika Amsterdam. He now has 2 for 42. So he startled a bit shakily, picked up a wicket, that of Fornilli, coming off the higher portion, more the shoulder of the bat, as he was trying to go in the air, and Hetmeyer was in the way at cover. And he's just struggled through that period trying to build rhythm with his run-up. I think I counted about 5 times that he pulled out of the run-up. And he settled for a few deliveries. And look at this, another Yorker that he's able to produce, this time from around the wicket. So he got settled, worked through the difficult period, and started to get a good line and length going. Got the wicket of Sion Charles out bowled. And now he's come round the wicket now. And he's pitching very accurately, and we see those Yorker deliveries. It's very impressive for a youngster to produce that type of delivery at pace.
Yeah, excellent stuff from young Amsterdam. As a bowling change now from Brian Lara Pavilion end. Bashk is out of the attack, and Parmeshwar Ram has come into the attack. 6 overs, 2 for 28. Nicely played again from Ali Khan, this time through the backward point area. It's getting close to the boundary, and it gets there now. So 4 more to Ali Khan, 4 more to the Trinidad and Tobago's total.
Yesterday, you saw him struggle to try and put away bad balls, and he couldn't get that one to the boundary. And another day, and everything just reverses, everything just clicks, and that one wide outside the off stump. And that shot was the shot of a top order batsman. Get his back leg across, hit it down into the turf, and it was to the left of Joseph, who sprinted away. But such was the timing, as well as the outfield here at the Oval has been lightning fast, sped across all the way for 4. Ram, not the start he would have wanted. But he did go for a couple boundaries, but still picked up a couple wickets during the course of the innings.
Looking to go over the top here is Ali Khan. Didn't get all of it. Power failure. And a hole's out. So Yaqub takes another catch at mid-off. And Ram back into the attack. Back into the wickets column. Ali Khan has to go for 27. 172 for 9 now.
And give full credit here to the Guyanese captain. And we were talking about it when Bash was bowling, that he was bringing the mid-off and mid-on off of the boundary when Fournier as well as Charles were at the crease, because when they were on strike, he dropped them back to long off and long on because he wanted to bowl at Ali Khan. And perhaps the thinking was that if they get to bowl at him with the aggressive mindset that he had, that they thought that they would get their chance or an opportunity with a risky shot to get his wicket. And despite having played a lovely square cut in the last delivery, he already got 4 runs in the over, but he's trying to get more. Ram brought the field in off of his own bowling, and the cat skied to the man at mid-off. Now we saw him off of Amsterdam, Ali Khan, hit one all the way for 6 going in the air, trying to repeat the shot on this occasion and being caught at mid-off. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 9th wicket, and making the bowling change as well. Give another tip to the hat to the captain of Guyana, and bringing himself on, removing Bash from the attack, and wanting to bowl fast bowlers at the lower order, and proving successful, getting the wicket. It's the young Darren Danraj, who has an injury to his right hand and just a cut on the lower part of the thumb, so it's not quite a split webbing. I was speaking to Danraj Senior yesterday, who was providing a lot of entertainment to the fans out there in the KFC stand, and he was indicating that Danraj will be good to go this morning.
Well, about to take strike from Ram. Another Yorker length delivery from Ram this time. And they seem to do it at will, the fast bowlers from Guyana. Getting it just on that popping crease, where is exactly where you want to be when you're trying to execute a Yorker. They've done so.
Yeah, they did it in round 1 in that game at NCC with repeated accuracy. Both bowlers, in fact, Amsterdam and Ram. And there was a peach of a delivery too from Amsterdam. I'll just get back to it as Danraj is on strike. Leaving alone outside the ocean. Kadiri produced 1, and if I recall correctly, don't hold me to it, but if I'm trying to remember, I believe it was to Theo Edward, and it was an excellent Yorker just crashing into the base of middle stump when Edwards was looking quite solid in his innings. I'm trying to recall if he got a total in that game. I believe it might have been 84. Theo Edward, I stand to be corrected, but he produced that Yorker delivery, Amsterdam, to get out the wicket of the captain.
This is well played, solidly forward is Danraj. And I think though, Billy, the Trinidad and Tobago team would have had a little bit more time than they thought this morning. Maybe could have batted a little bit more, solidly until maybe the first hour or so. Maybe until lunch with wickets in hand, but that has not been the approach from them. On the other hand, Guyana would be happy this one is turned away by Danraj. Should get a couple. Hit Myers after it. And Danraj is off the mark with 2. End of the over, at the end of 56. It's 174 for the loss of 9.
In fact, Amsterdam did get the wicket of Theo Edwards. Just looking back at the scorecard, for 139 he made. And it was caught by the wicketkeeper, the captain of the Windward Islands, in that NCC game.
Speaking of Centurions, we've not had 100 in round 2 just yet.
Barbados at the National Cricket Centre in round 2, 211 for 7 declared. They bowled out Jamaica for 68. Jamaica batting first, and Jamaica are currently 32 without loss.
Bails out yet again Micah Amsterdam.
Just wonder, was it the batsman that put him off? Holder. Just have a look at it here again. Yeah, he's backed away, Holder, making room, and Amsterdam, he pulls out of the run-up. But had he bowled one of his Yorker deliveries there, he might have been in business with Holder backing away. Remind you, Daniel Holder in the secondary schools league against a game against Fatima for Vishnu Boys scored 109. On this occasion, he's not happy with the run-up. And he's smiling. So he might be it might have been a concentration issue there, Amsterdam pulling out on this occasion. But Holder getting back to it in that game against Fatima, batting at number 9, scored a century.
So you can't bat Daniel Holder. Oh! Looking to get cheeky is Holder. Maybe not executing the way he wanted to, but all the same gets a single. Look at him here, Billy. He is pulling out all the stocks. Oh, off the toe end of the bat. Down to third man, inadvertently, but off the mark is Daniel Holder. But he has some ability, Daniel Holder. And the lead up to 66 now.
106. 106 to be accurate, he made against Fatima to bail his team out of trouble. Vishnu Boys College. Left-handed fast bowler and, should we say, lower order left-hand batsman.
Yeah, I think that's the right terminology. Down the leg side. Slight inquiry there from Apple. Nothing doing from umpire Williams. But Daniel Holder seems to be quite the character. You know, he's when he had ball in hand in the first innings, he was all over the Guyanese batters, chatter, and he's come out here full of confidence with bat in hand.
Young Dan Raj there digging out that Yorker, and notably as well, Kadir, see the wicket keeper has come closer as well as the first slip, so they've taken a couple steps closer, perhaps because Amsterdam wasn't quite happy with the run-up, so he's just slowed it down to try and get more control.
Guided away from Danraj, but a good hand from, is it Ram, Parmeshwar Ram at slip. So Paris is down to third man and Danraj gets another single. Excellent stop.
And it's well played by the youngster as well.
Yeah.
I was speaking to his dad, Danny Senior, Rajendra Danraj, the leg spinner for Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies, about the injury.
Oh, down the track is Daniel Holder, up and over the offside and down to the boundary for 4.
He lifted over cover and it went almost all the way. It landed just about 5 yards from the boundary rope and then just hopped over the rope. So he's looking to go aerial. That's tell you the mindset of the Trinidad and Tobago team for whatever the discussion was. We saw it from Ali Khan, the overnight discussions they would have had with their team and the batters and the approach for the first hour of the morning's play. And we see it here from Holder as well, hitting that one all the way inside out over cover.
Again he's going over the top, just over the head of Darwin Joseph. May have gotten a hand to it, but results in a couple more for Holder as he continues to be aggressive here. Daniel Holder, valuable runs added to the TNT total as the over comes to an end, 182 for 9.
And he retrieved the ball from the boundary, Joseph. He was running back up to his position as Amsterdam was ready to charge in, and he was just stopped and he took a few steps back, Joseph. So he was a bit deeper at cover in anticipation. I'm not quite sure who sent him back or if he did it of his own volition, but stood back at cover just about 40 yards, 35 yards or so from the striker Holder, and almost got his hand hit. Now Hetmeyer was in that position that took that skyer. It wasn't much of a sky, it was more of a top edge, and retreated from cover to take a one-handed catch off of Amsterdam, and Fornelia was the guy that got out. This time Joseph couldn't get a hand onto it.
Here's Ram to Danraj, who is shaping nicely there on Danraj. And this could be very well be a very important last wicket partnership here for TNT. The lead now is 73.
I did say 80 runs lead, Kadir.
Yeah, I think that would be a very, very valuable lead heading into the Guyanese second innings. Now would definitely play on their minds. Trinidad and Tobago haven't already taken first innings points.
He's wincing a bit there. He's taken the bottom hand off, and I was in conversation with Rajendra Danraj, and I also asked the manager, Stefan Ramkisoon, this morning, how was the injury to the right hand of Danraj, the thumb in particular. And I was telling Danraj Senior that when he holds the bat and that thumb, the bottom hand, as he tries to work the ball in the outfield and impact with the ball as well, it'll just irritate whatever bandaging and the cut that is there, the wound that is there. He's taking the bottom hand off as he comes forward. So he's looking at it as well. So he's not comfortable with that right hand. And so it's not quite a split webbing, but the location of the wound at the bottom part of the thumb, just where he would be holding and gripping that bat handle, and any type of friction created with impact with the ball, it's going to just irritate the wound.
Definitely, it's a lot of courage shown by the young man. Courageous stuff. And just as you're mentioning that injury that he would have picked up there on Danraj, and he's come out of bat showing that courage for his team, showing that fight. It takes my mind back to Chris Wokes in England, coming out with a sling, hand in a cast, and though he didn't face a ball, the courage was enough to definitely appreciate the cricketing world, appreciating his efforts.
I think, Kadir, as well, precedent has been set with a number of players. Rashad Pant as well, we saw in that series with that injury that he had. I believe it was his ankle, and came back out to bat, fighting for team and country. And the example that I first saw was that of an Anil Kumble, who had a fractured jaw and had to have surgery, but bandaged up the head, came out to bat, and then went back out to bowl, and I believe he took a 10-wicket haul as well.
Selfless stuff. That team first approach mindset. End of the over, 58 done, 182 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago the lead, 73.
And even though the players know that they might have to go in for a surgery at the end of the game, and this is some injuries in the test cricket format that we've seen, and because it's a longer version of the game and more time involved, and the absence of a player at the longer version of the game is quite significant. And we saw Ben Stokes had some comments about it as well, indicating that if he were to go through a medical evaluation, he'd never play cricket. But he comes out and fights Stokes. Number of injuries he has, the England captain. He perseveres. In fact, he missed the final test through injury. And so with that injury to Pant as well, a substitute wicket keeper came into play and did quite well. Jarrell?
Yeah, Jarrell, yeah. It's never easy. Wider this time from Amsterdam. And Ulla he is not going to miss out. He wants to get after it. He would not be discouraged by that line of approach.
You cast your mind back to the likes of Sir Vivian Richards, who was struck in the jaw, picked up his hat, dusted it off, and stood his ground and continued batting on. No helmet he used throughout his test career.
Full respect to those who would have played the game yesteryear and would have had to face real pace without any real protection, any sort of headwear, any headgear. And that is definitely courageous stuff. If it's not that, I don't know what is.
It's doing battle for your country, all be it in the sports arena. Stepping across off the inside edge, trying to hit it over mid-wicket, and it heads down the third man. Ram the Hall, to fine leg rather, Ram the Hall does the fielding.
This would not excite Amsterdam one bit. You opening fast bowler and a low order batter is just playing with your mind. He's looking to hit you to whatever part of the ground he chooses to. He's up to 8 holder.
What would be annoying as well is that anything off the edge as well counts as runs. So having won a minor battle, solid forward is done, right? Having won a minor battle thinking that you beat the batter, but the broader picture is you might be losing the war because you conceded a run.
This lead building will definitely be playing on the mind of Captain Ram and all of the Guyana players. Would you be tempted though? Amsterdam has picked up 2 wickets so far in the morning's play, but would you be tempted though, Billy, to get the spinner back into the attack against the lower order, seeing that Daniel Holder is inclined to being attacking? Maybe getting that slower bowler back into the attack might work in their favor. Your thoughts?
He's just releasing the bottom hand again as he plays that attempted Yorker from Amsterdam to bring his over to an end. And I just wonder, Kadir, Amsterdam 8 overs yesterday, so he's bowled a 6 overs, so I think it might be a forced change as well, him having bowled 6 overs in the morning's play. So I may not have to answer your question, but I understand what you're saying. And you know, it just might be 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because the Amsterdam he's gotten a couple wickets, but he's able to produce that Yorker delivery. And for a batsman that is shuffling around in the crease, a Yorker delivery is a perfect delivery to bowl, especially if he's backing away and he becomes a bit unstable and his head position might move while he is making movements in the crease holder. So it's not a bad option to keep Amsterdam on, and then you're going to back your fast bowlers as well. But at the same time, if you do bring on a spinner, you do create the element of risk if Holder is looking to be aggressive, and you can spread the field and look to target him hitting it in the air. So it's 2 fielders on the onside. It's a packed offside field, and Holder is trying to shovel this one past 7 fielders on the offside. There is a third man in place and a first slip as well. And 7-2, and he's trying to create a shot here. Might just create his own dismissal. A man down a third man, first slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And on the onside, there's just Joseph at a short, straight mid-wicket and a long on.
Well, I'm not sure of the tactics here from Guyana, because Daniel Holder has shown no inclination to withhold his aggression, and all the fielders on the offside, they're in a run-saving position, looking to cut the single. And I'm not sure if that is the right tactics. Maybe I would like to see the sweeper back, maybe the long off back as well. But Ram it is who is picking up the attack this time. Holder just guiding this one down to third man, gets the single.
And I tend to agree with you there, Kadir, because if he does go in the air, as we saw with Joseph, having to backpedal from cover, although he was a bit deep in cover. So if he has the sweeper on the boundary and the long off, it's easier to take a catch running in than it is retreating. So if he does go in the air, and if he gets enough of it, it could go close to the boundary. And if he mistimes it, the fielder has the opportunity to charge in and take the catch. So if you could have a bit of an in-out field, so if it spoons up into the air, the closer fielder can have a chance of taking the catch. But if he does make good connection, you have your protection out in the deep, because he's going to go at it from his intention regardless of what you bowl.
Yeah, he's adopted the ultra aggressive mindset. His Holder, I could understand bringing in the field for Darren Danraj because of his injury. He would not be inclined to attack just to put any undue pressure on that already injured thumb.
Well, I don't want to bring this one up because I'll do it anyway. Normally when a batsman is out with an injury, if it's particularly with the hand or the forearm or elbow, you tend to see a couple short deliveries at him. And if it's a hand injury, just some bowlers, fast bowlers in particular, have that killer instinct, particularly if they have a weapon with a Yorker in their arsenal. It's short and wide. And Danraj is not the tallest batter. Just one short delivery, because he's favouring that right hand. He's taking the bottom hand off of the bat. And you're not allowed a fielder too close to the bat. I think it's 15 yards or so from the bat in terms of a close catcher. Even with protection and the helmet. But if you bring a guy closer 15 yards from the bat and just one short ball to see if he fends off, put two slip in place and perhaps a leg slip as well, just for a couple deliveries, and you can follow up that short pitch ball because he'll be fending it off the back foot if he decides to play or ducking, and then you can come in the second delivery and bowl a Yorker in with the batsman probably stuck on the back foot anticipating another short delivery, as is normally the method for fast bowlers, and particularly if they have a batsman with an injury at the opposite end. So we haven't seen that method employed. And Amsterdam, who is now taken out of the attack but can produce that short delivery, as well as Ram. But as you requested, Kadir, the spinner is in.
Yeah, Dave Mohabir it is, the off spinner. No surprises there with Daniel Hola being on strike. So now the field is spread. Here's a long off, a deep mid wicket. Mid off is inside, well in fact mid off is dropping back now to long off. So deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Slip still in place, backward point. Cover, extra cover. And Ramde Hall now is going into a short extra cover position. There's Mahabir.
Not exactly the start you wanted, and Holder was looking to attack, and had he faced a few deliveries, might have been pulling that full toss into the onside as he rehearsed, but mistimed it to cover. Down the track he is, gets that outside edge, backpedaling is Amsterdam, and what an outstanding catch he's taken. He struggled with the ball early on, set himself back right, and was bowling quite well, and now he's taken a catch. He had a misfield in the innings as well, but he's fully recovered from whatever state of mind he was in earlier. He's picked up wickets, and now an outstanding catch, backpedaling at backward point. And that fall of that wicket would bring an end to the Trinidad and Tobago innings, 184 for 2. All out Trinidad and Tobago. And as you requested, Kadir, and with the matchups, he brought in the right bowler, the off-spin bowler, and got the wicket off the outside edge of an advancing left-hand batter.
Definitely that. So Guyana have wrapped up the Trinidad and Tobago's innings this morning, having resumed on 147 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago under 17 boys having bowled out for 184 in 60.2 overs. Lead is 75. That's the number. The magic number for...
It's 5 runs short of my prediction to our producer Aiden this morning. I was predicting about 80.
I was looking at you bemused as to, Billy, what are you talking about?
And every run matters, particularly in a low-scoring affair, Kadir. And as you said, it's a sizable lead with the low score from Guyana. But not just because it was a low score. 75 runs in a 2-day format represents a sizable lead, and we're just on the hour as well, and Trinidad and Tobago batting an hour, and to get that lead considering where they were yesterday, and coming out to bat, Ali Khan certainly set the tone, and striking the ball quite fluently as opposed to yesterday, getting to 27 backed up with Fornelli on 13. Holder trying to do some damage, and there might have been an instruction with the way Holder was batting with an injured right hand to Danraj at the opposite end, that he was going to try and hit everything, because he's well aware, not sure how long Danraj would have lasted with that injury to his hand, and probably didn't want him to bat too long either to irritate that injury. So himself, Holder, with the instruction might have been just to be positive and try and get as much runs as quickly as possible, because there's the bonus now of getting to bowl at Guyana before lunch for a few overs.
Yeah, definitely. So just to run through the Trinidad and Tobago's batting effort. Christian Lal, he made 14. Salim Khan with 35, a top score. Darius Batusing went for no score. Badri for 23. Ramsaran had 30. Ramnanan 18. Ali Khan 27, having come out overnight this morning. Fornelia 13. Charles 1. Daniel Holder for 9. And Deron Danraj remained not out on 3. 184 is what Trinidad and Tobago got.
So with that change of innings, umpire Simon Arun is out there supervising proceedings, the cleaning up of the pitch, the remarking of the lines, and we see the light roller being requested for this change of innings. So we're here reminding you day 2 of this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, and we're here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad. It's becoming a bit overcast, but we had a full day yesterday and look forward to a full day again here today. So with the change of innings and a 10-minute interval, we'll take a short break here, and be sure to join us for more coverage of this day 2 game. Welcome back to our coverage here. And we're continuing on. It's the start of the second innings. Trinidad and Tobago, ball in hand. The two batters, Parmeshwar Ram facing up. And Ronaldo Fornelia, the bowler. Lead confirmed. The 75 Trinidad and Tobago having been dismissed in their first innings for 184. Starts off with 3 slips and a gully, as he did in the first innings. Good pace, bounce and carry from the opening fast bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. Ram in the first innings made 3. Lomar Sicharan, 14 in the first innings for him. And the first task would be just to erase that lead that the Trinidad and Tobago team possess. Gap on the offside at cover with the 3 slips in place. A bit of a fumble there. Going to allow them to come for 2. Roberto Badri there coming around from cover point. As Guyana gets their team on the way in the second innings. Kadir, what do you think Guyana could muster up here to set Trinidad and Tobago to chase later on in the day?
Yeah. Billy, I think though that the Guyana team, firstly, they would want to get to the luncheon interval without any any real hiccups in terms of wickets. They want to get there with the least amount of wickets as possible, and then thereafter they could assess the pitch conditions and then maybe sort of see what they can do in terms of getting a score, having enough time to bowl out Trinidad, looking to come from behind. There's so much equations, so many things that could happen as the day progresses.
Yeah, the coach was just mindful of their batting, speaking to him this morning with the loss of Romario Ram the Hall. He's ill. End of the first over. Very quick over from Fornelia. 2 without loss. The captain Ram on 2 and Lomar Sicharan, the youngster, yet to face a delivery. In fact, it's going to be one more delivery. Yeah.
Just one delivery to go in this over. 3 slips for Trinidad. Looking to make off Parmeshwar Ram with the brand new Duke's ball, as Fornelia now has opted for around the wicket. So 3 slips under gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, square leg and a fine leg. Around the wicket.
Something there I saw as well, and I was wondering if to mention it. We are in, we're talking about development and youth cricket here. And one thing I was thought when I was playing under 19 cricket in particular at the zonal level way back when, We saw there the first, second and third slip were in consultation as the bowler was going back to the top of his mark for that final delivery. And the captain had the ball in his hand and he was polishing away. It's a brand new ball. And sometimes we know fielders, they like to have the ball in their hand as the ball makes its way across back to the bowler, usually from relay back to the bowler. And one of the things our coaches taught us, one Mr. Earl Best as well as Mr. Claude Phillip in the North Zone in Trinidad and Tobago, is that you want to get the ball back to the bowler as quickly as possible. Holder starting here for Trinidad and Tobago from the media center end. And one of the points that they try to drive home, and we see from the wicket keeper, if the ball goes through to the keeper, he tosses it to first slip or second slip. They take a shine, throw it to the third slip, he takes a shine, and then the gully gets it, and then cover, and eventually the bowler, as he is here again, is waiting at the top of his mark. The batsman is ready, and the bowler doesn't have the ball in his hand. And we'll have a look at it here as the ball makes, there's his toss to first slip. He has a bit of a polish. It's a brand new ball. And second slip is waiting. There are two gullies. The ball is making his way back to his mark. It gets tossed now to cover point, who now tosses it back to the second gully. And the ball rolls away along the ground, the brand new ball. The bowler now is at the top of his mark and the ball is still in the slip cordon. And it's not gotten in his hands. The batsman is waiting. And eventually he has the ball in his hand. And immediately as he catches it, he starts his run-up. It's a short delivery. Out to the man at point. Badri has it in his hands. And you just monitor it. The keeper is asking for it. Gets it in his hand. The bowler is making his way. Tosses it back to Badri. And it gets to Charles. Will it get to the bowler in time?
I
When
think
he's
they've
at the
heard
top of his round. Well, the bowler is there and he's shining the ball, Charles, and eventually now the batsman is on his haunches waiting. Now the batsman settles. Holder has the ball down the leg side. Some work out there for Dan Raj. He's going to go close to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. And first boundary of the innings as the batsmen tap their bats in acknowledgement of the boundary. And a good hit here from Sicharan.
Just too straight there from Daniel Holder. We saw him get that prodigious movement away from the left-hander in the first innings. That time starting it a bit too straight and picked off. So a couple of boundaries for Guyana here in their second innings. 10 without loss. Holder starts again. Driving away Sicharan. There is a third man in place. Gets one more.
Not to belabor the point, but again there the bowler had to wait on the ball. And a couple things happen when that ball is delayed to get back in the bowler's hand. The batsman is left waiting. It slows the over rate. And that's from an umpiring point of view, and the game as well in general. It slows the over rate. Because there he is again. He's waiting on the ball there, Holder. The ball should be in the bowler's hand before he gets to the top of the mark. And I'll give you the other reason why it might be important as Holder charges in. No run on this occasion. So a boundary and a single in the over to finish off for Holder. And 11 for 1 Guyana trying to eliminate firstly this 75-run lead that Trinidad and Tobago has posted in the first inning. And the other reason, Kadir, is some bowlers, not all, tend to concentrate better with the ball in their hand, focused on the ball and getting back to their mark. Also, they want to work on the ball themselves because they want to look at which side of the ball they're shining and the condition of the ball as well, particularly when it's new. Because at times you decide you're going to pick to shine one side, but you see one side get scuffed up and the bowler makes the decision, guys, we're going to polish the other side because that side is in a better condition after a few overs. So you want to get that ball. There we see the bowler there, just shining the ball because he has the ball in his hand. And that is what you want to repeat. And the fielders need to be cognizant of the fact, no, everybody can't get a touch of the ball. And we see everybody can't get a touch of the ball and relay back to the bowler. As well, we saw England, who I think they were one of the first teams that started it, if I'm not wrong, that they designated one person to shine the ball.
Yeah.
Which means you get that ball to that person and he alone is responsible for shining that ball, just so that it gets back to the bowler in time to start his run-up.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Billy. And that's a very good observation as well on your part, because I've never really thought of it. But as you mention it now, I'm starting to look at it, and it just drives home the point why sometimes you designate one person, of course that's international cricket, to shine the ball. Because obviously sometimes if you're fielding down at, let's say, third man, you're not really directly involved in the game in terms of the inner part of the game, in terms of the inner ring. So you may not necessarily know which side you're shining, so you may just get the ball and you may just shine any side. This time it's guided away, and just another single to the total. Badrit is giving chase. And so if there is one person designated to shine the ball, you know for sure that it's going to be shined in the correct side is going to be polished. Therefore, the bowler too.
The umpire is now getting involved, because in the last delivery he was waving his hands around as the ball was still at cover and the bowler waiting for it. And again he's turning around to the fielder, Ali Khan, telling him to get the ball to the bowler. It's also about concentration for the bowler as well, particularly bowlers that bowl with rhythm. You want to get that ball. So as the bowler is going back to his mark, passes the umpire, and just as he passes the square, that ball should be in the hand of the bowler, and he would be working on the ball as he's walking back to the top of his mark. Now he's going to turn here now and get the ball in his hands. He has no opportunity to work on that ball himself, just to get the seam position right to start his run-up. So it helps them with their concentration as well.
Excellent from Fornelia. Goes past the outside edge, and Ramanan just threw the stumps down, and that asking the oh, he's out. In fact,
the umpire was indicating to Ramanan that he says, look at the batsman, his foot is in the crease. So what are you appealing for? And the batsman then took off, looking for the run from the ricochet.
Yeah, but his mannerisms was not in line with what it's supposed to be.
Well, they would have to pull the stump out of the ground to run him out there.
You're signaling as though he was out. He's at square leg. That's Mokan.
But not for the first time we've seen Cristiano just roll the ball back a la Carey from Australia to get the run out of BS2 in that test match. So it's the second time I've seen him do it. So Apple do it as well, as the batsman is just wandering around in his crease, trying to get him run out.
Another point too, Billy, to note with the brand new ball is that you want to make this point after this delivery. Cut away in the gap. 4 here to Ram, as the Guyana continues to push along here. At the end of 2, it's 16 without loss. Another point too, Billy, with the brand new ball is that for the fielding team, you want the ball to be thrown to hand, not necessarily rolling it on the turf. You want the ball to stay as new for as long as possible. And if the batter is in his crease, there's no need to roll the ball to the stump to try to run him out if he's safely home.
And we saw as well the ball was tossed back in the previous over from cover, After it was thrown to him from second slip, he tossed it back to Gully, and there were two Gullies in place. Gully missed it, and the ball rolled along the ground, and they had to go retrieve it. Also as well, Cardi, the ball in the first 5 overs, it's 3 overs old now. Within the first 5 overs, 8 overs, even 10 overs, there's no need to shine the ball. It has that fresh coat of wax on it, and the ball is going to swing in the air. So what are you actually doing shining the ball? Are you taking the wax coating off that is getting the ball to swing? It's only as it starts to get scuffed up that you want to start to put that sweat on it and shine it.
Full from Holder, down the leg side.
Did that hit his back leg with the flamingo style flick shot? His leg going in here. No, it struck the front pad. Also, we see field batters. When you see that back leg raised and not anchored, they tend to fall over. Trying to play that shot, and I'm reminded because I did it as well, and my coach described me as a flamingo with my back leg up in the air. He said you have to keep that back leg anchored. In the air and straight to Ali Khan at mid-on and hold the strikes. The first wicket falls for Guyana. Sicharan goes for 16. He goes for 8 with the score on 16.
Good catch there from Ali Khan in that mid-on position. Just seemed to be a little bit not expecting it, Ali Khan, but in the end he held on, and the whole breakthrough here for Trinidad and Tobago.
He wasn't too sure of how fast it was coming to him, and when he saw it was off the shoulder of the bat, knew it was dying, and a good recovery from Ali Khan diving forward. He's having a good morning session here, the youngster, firstly with the bat, and now taking a well-judged catch in the outfield. At times you're there and you see the batsman play the pull shot. Only 2 fielders on the onside, so he was trying to hit it in the gap, but it hurried on to him and struck closer to the shoulder of the bat, and so it beat him for pace. He wasn't quite in line, so it tucked him up as well, also coming off the shoulder of the bat, and Ali Khan just thought for a fraction of a second that he made a better connection and was just sitting back to see how fast it was coming. When he realized he hadn't middled it, he had to dive forward to take the catch and hold the strikes. 1 for 5 he has, and with the loss of each additional wicket now, that lead is going to seem bigger and bigger.
So Daniel Holder breaking through here, and it's the second time that he has picked up a wicket off a short delivery. So he, amongst all the pacers that we've seen in this particular game, he has been the one to go to that short delivery as a surprise weapon. He's picked up a wicket with it in the first innings, and now in the second innings he's gone to that short delivery. Surprise element. Sicharan too was caught by it, as he wasn't expecting probably that short delivery, and came on to him a little bit quicker than he expected, picked up the wicket.
Three slips a gully and a cover point, mid off, and 3 on the onside. Charles at mid on, Danraj at backward square, and a fine leg in place.
Rightly so, Trinidad and Tobago on the attack. Excellent work from Charles, getting around there, cutting any thoughts of a single, keeping the pressure on Guyana here, the Trinidad and Tobago boys.
Richard Ramdehall out there, and in that warm-up game for Guyana, he got to 97, playing for his elder brother, captain at the time, in the Ramdehall 11 versus the Ram 11. So Guyana's had good preparation. They had a couple trial games leading up to the tournament. The squad was selected. Then they had a number of warm-up games. And in those warm-up games as well, there were notable names, Shane Prince as well as Danish Prasad, who had good performances in those warm-up games. And just for that game in particular, just before coming to Trinidad and Tobago, they also included a couple senior players from the under-19 team to participate in those games. pulled away. There's a gap there between Danaraj and Charles. And he hits it through the mid-wicket area. He's going to stop just a couple feet from the rope. Charles gives chase, and a good throw from him in the deep. And the backing up of the Trinidad players just a couple feet away, as opposed to giving themselves some distance if there's a ricochet. But racing across now the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon as the over comes to an end to get to the other side. 19 for 1. Ram on to 10, and Ram the Hall with that pull shot. He's off the mark. And repeating that delivery there was Holder, as dug it in short, trying to cramp the batsman for room as he pried out the wicket of Sicharan with that similar type of delivery and shot, but getting more of it. Ram the Hall, and he's off the mark with 3. So joined his captain out in the middle, trailing now by 56. And a good run rate to start, 4.75.
Yeah, I like the approach from Richard Ram the Hall. I like what I've seen from him in the first innings. Didn't seem to be bogged down by anything. He's playing his shots, playing on merit. He is about to take strike from Fornelia. Keep an eye on Ronaldo Fornelia, Billy. And this one down the leg side. Well taken from Ramanan. As we look at Ronaldo Fornelia and his approach to the crease, reminds me a lot of one Anrik Nokia from South Africa. I'm not sure if that's his model, but definitely a lot of similarity there.
He's just pumping the hands up and down to garner pace. Gets his chest high. Yeah, I can see what you're speaking about there. There is some similarity there in his approach, as he just tries to stand tall and pumping those hands through like an athletic sprinter. Straight direct approach to the stump as well. But he's certainly generating significant pace here. So it on day 1, and here again 2 slips and a gully lying with. Whipped in the air, and we've seen him produce this shot in the first innings, and it's his own method of playing it. It's not a traditional shot, but he manages to get in line behind it and works that bottom hand and chips it in the air to mid-wicket for 4. He just tries to like whip it. Reminds me of a VVS Lakshman and that whippy action he has to whip that ball into the onside. Gets behind the line and then gets that bottom hand and the wrist to just work that ball. He plays it in the air, but he plays it into the gap, and he's done it a few times.
Yeah, that shot comes with an element of risk as well, because he's doing that straight delivery, and once he gets contact, it looks good. But the moment, here he is again whipping this one, this time all the way for 6. And this time it was a little bit blind on the line of the leg stump, so it was a little bit less risky.
Yes, it's another traditional way of plays it. You know, he kind of picks it up and whips it away, and you have to give him credit as well. As you said, it's a bit risky. They dropped the fielder back to the deep square leg, and he was cognizant of the fact of exactly where he was. Fornelia trying to produce the same kind of delivery to get him out caught in that position, but he stepped inside the line knowing that he had to work it finer and got excellent contact and timing, went all the way for 6. He's on to 13 in quick time, 8 deliveries, 29 for 1, as the lead now drops under 50, and that man Danaraj has gone behind the square now. And would you be putting Danaraj in that position, could you? And he hits it over the head of the non-striker who is ducking the captain Ram. There's no one at mid-on, and timed it He's aware that they made the adjustment, so again he's thinking the line is going to be into his body, into middle stump, and he lifts it and plays it straight back down the ground, albeit in the air, but no fielder there.
Yeah, that was a safe shot from Richard Ramduhall as he continues to impress here with his stroke play. This time hitting it straight in that mid-on area. It was safe. It went in the air, but it was safe. Picked up 4, so...
Excellent catch there from the umpires. That ball was tossed to him. A la Adrian Hetmine, the last inning, leaping on one leg and one-handed catch the umpire as he just asked to inspect the ball as it went into the pavilion area. Impressive from umpire Johan Williams.
Bails out this time for Nelia. Richard Ramduhall 17 for 9 deliveries, and it's been proper cricketing shots. It's not been anything out of the ordinary in terms of
Yeah, and he's well aware where the fielders are as well. So despite the fact that he's hitting it in the air, he's looking to time the ball. As we see a couple field changes, and I was wondering, Salim Khan, he's very proactive, the Trinidad and Tobago captain. So he takes out the gully, sends him down to mid-on because he recognizes that Ramduhall is a guy that can work the ball into the onside for runs. So just 2 slips in place as the second slip steps a bit wider. And again, he shows his versatility, works it into the onside for a couple as Charles has to give chase from mid-wicket. So he's manipulating the field quite well, despite the fact that he was hitting it in the air, Kadir. But he knows exactly where the fielders are, and he wants to beat mid-wicket. So he places it along the ground. Clearly he's strong on that one side, the young Ramduhall.
Yeah, 35 for 1 after 5 overs. Guyana racing along here in this early part of their second innings. Lunchtime not too far away, just about 21 minutes by my count.
Seems as though they want to try in this 45 or so minutes that they've been at the crease till lunch, a few more minutes to go. They want to get as close to eliminating that lead as possible and start fresh after lunch to give Trinidad and Tobago something to chase. I'll put it out there, Kadir. I think that 150, if Trinidad manages to get some wickets, might be a challenging or competitive total. Holder to continue. 2 slips and a gully. Saw Holder do that repeatedly in the first innings and beating the outside edge of not just the bat of the left-handed Ram but other batters as well. And he's had sometimes 2 slips, and we just saw 2 gullies in the last over as well from Holder, and he gets that banana shape, the left-hander. It's there. You've seen more and more left-handers. We spoke about a Trent Bolt and of course Mitchell Stark bowling that type of a delivery, those left-handers, getting it to swing away from the left-hand batters. And as well, Kadir, particularly to right-handers, we've seen right-handers struggle against opening bowlers that can swing the ball back in, trying to get between bat and pad.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Daniel Holder. Certainly was very impressed by his control of length and line as well, for the most part of it. I think he picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. Daniel Holder came back for a second spell and polished off the lower order of Guyana. This time a brand new ball in hand, pitched up, and a good hand there from Lal at extra cover. Can't get a single, Ram.
Yeah, I'd want to be very wary of hitting anything in the direction of Lal, particularly in the air. We saw Shamar Apple in the first innings. He was looking to hammer the ball. He hit 1 boundary through extra cover, and Lal was put in that position from the slip cordon, and he drove away to his left. It was in the air, and he couldn't get to it from Shamar Apple, and he tried to repeat it, Apple. And he advanced down the track, Shamar Apple, and smoked it, but it was in the air and it was straight to Lal, who took, and it was hit so hard. But for the young man to take that catch with such ease, it appeared he would have only seen it for a fraction of a second.
Yeah, he is a wicket keeper, Christian Lal, so you know that he has good hands. And also plays a lot of softball cricket or wind ball cricket too. Another short delivery, good change up from Daniel Holder, using that short delivery to his advantage.
We usually see all wicket keepers across the globe are very energetic, not just with the gloves, they're very boisterous as well. And when we see them in the outfield and they don't have the gloves on, they are quite a character. We look at names like A.B. de Villiers, Nicholas Puran. They're quite exceptional in the field.
Yeah.
And Glenn Phillips, most notably currently. Of course, Brendan McCullum set the tone early on. The New Zealand former captain and now referred to as Bazball, the coach of England cricket. He was one that flung himself around in the field.
Absolutely brilliant. I think they relished the opportunity to be in the outfield without the gloves in hand. So they make the most of it.
Yeah, they're overflowing with energy because remember, when the over comes to an end, 6 gone, Guyana are 35 for 1 in their second innings because they have to concentrate for every single delivery when they have the gloves on and not just receive the ball from the bowler, and as well they have to get to the stumps to receive any throw from the outfield. If they're fielding, if they're up to the stumps for the spinners, they're always active. So when they don't have the gloves on, they're looking for things. They're already hyperactive as a wicket keeper. So when they're in the outfield, they have that same type of energy as if they have the glove on, and almost every ball they want to be involved in something.
Yeah. Also, the captain and senior players would be looking to them for messages too, because they have the best view in the house from behind the stumps, and so that's another aspect of it. But in the meanwhile, Fornelia has been pulled out of the attack, and Darren Danraj has come in, a left-arm orthodox spinner.
He bowled a number of maiden overs in the first innings, Danraj. And we get an opportunity as he's into the attack. He bowled 8.1 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. And we saw a lot of deliveries as he's thrown around again, left arm. It's a full toss on the line of the leg stump and some work in the deep there. He's not going to haul it in. The fielder out there, it's that man Lal chasing it around, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Badly lined and well put away by Ram Hall. He's bowling into his strength in the onside.
He's very strong in that direction, the onside. Anything too straight, he's going to pick you off, and he's picking the gaps too. Lal was just forward of square, and he hit that one behind square, got to the boundary. So he goes up now to 23 from just 12 balls. Richard Ramduhall. Guyana move on to 39 for 1, trailing by just 36 now. Billy, and you might be right. You might be looking to wipe off that 75 before the luncheon interval. Just about 14 minutes to go before the hour of 12 o'clock.
The umpire again inspecting the ball. I just wonder, as it went into that covers area, perhaps a bit of dampness on the ball. You see, Danraj just trying to dry it out on his pants. He has a long off in place for some protection. And in the first innings, a lot of deliveries, I count about over 20 of the deliveries was hit back in his direction as he was bowling wicket to wicket. And he was doing the fielding off of his own bowling, so a number of deliveries would have been hitting into his right hand. And he got the injury with one that was hammered back to him. And immediately as he did the fielding, he went straight to the umpire to show the umpire his hand, and the umpire was quick. Umpire Imran Mukhan was quick to call on the physio and call for a replacement player. over the wicket to the left-hander, goes past the outside edge of the Guyanese captain. And the umpire was well aware and saw the extent of the injury, and perhaps that cut on his thumb was perhaps bleeding at the time, because you saw him as he was walking off the field. He just held his hand off to the side. In the air, and one bounce to Fornelia. And we saw him come back out after the break, the lunch break, I believe it was. And it was good to see him back on the field. So the left-handed, the injury was to his right hand. And it's heavily bandaged. But the commitment from the youngster, coming out to bowl after the injury again, and then coming out to bat in the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Number of things that would have contributed to that. The exuberance of youth, also the honor of representing your country. End of the over, 7 run, 40 for 1.
I remember early on in his career trying to make the zonal teams. I believe it was at the under 13 level. He was disappointed. He was put in the reserves, if I recall correctly. Stand to be corrected. Didn't quite make the final 11. He was still young at the time. And he wanted very badly to represent his zone. And his sense as well is a sense of pride, knowing the achievements of his dad in the game. One of the leading wicket takers, leg spin bowling, Rajendra Dhanraj, and wanting to follow in that mold. So he might have just put some pressure on himself, and he's done quite well. In a few years' time, battling on to make the team, got into the team, had a 7-wicket haul for presentation, for Central Zone in fact, against South. 7 for 11 back in March in the zonal competition in 10 overs, and that propelled him into the limelight. And here he is representing his country. It just be a dream of his.
Fulfilling a goal of his, representing your country at age group level. Always an honor to wear the red, white and black, or whatever nation you might be from. Always an honor to do so. Become a national player. Again, that short delivery from Holder.
Another guy who had an outstanding year with the ball and the bat, century maker for his school. And he's leapt into the limelight representing his country, and he's doing quite well, Daniel Holder. Speaking of doing quite well, the Ramdahal, Richard Ramdahal, is out there. Good looking cover drive. Well, they hesitate for the single. And Badri does the fielding. There's another name there. A man with some pedigree. Roberto Badri, following in the lines of his dad, Samuel Badri. Mentioned the Ramdahal as well. 2 brothers in the Guyana team, and we've seen in youth cricket level both the men and women family members making the team. The Grimond as well. Say good morning to the Grimond family. And the Ramdahal as well. And the elder brother, the captain, is ill.
That's from Mario Ramdahal.
It's a full delivery, and that one dipping, unintentional full delivery, perhaps looking for the Yorker and trying to pull it was Ramdahal. And I just wonder if it was a bit slower, a slower delivery, and mistiming it completely, and adjudged to be out. LBW with that one impacting between, well, it's heading toward the stump. Have a look at it here on the hip, and he's pulling it around the corner, and the ball is dipping that slower delivery, Kadir. And we've seen him bowl a number of slower deliveries in the first innings, and this time inadvertently a full toss, but gets the wicket.
His strength could be your biggest weakness as well for Richard Ramdahal. His strength seemed to be that leg side area, and it was going that direction and missed completely, and definitely going on to hit the stumps. Good decision from the umpire, and Holder breaks through yet again for Trinidad and Tobago, as Ramdahal has to go for 23. 40 for 2 now.
We're just making mention of the Ramdahal family, and just defeated there by the pace of that delivery, as his eyes probably lit up as he saw a full toss, and 3 fielders on the onside. He was looking to smack it away for 6. And the man from Berbice, umpire Imran Mokan, judging out LBW. And we want to wish as well a speedy recovery for Romario Ramdahal. He's back at the Metro Hotel, a bit isolated by himself as doctors keep a close eye on him. They estimate around maybe 7 days for recovery, 5 to 7 days, just suffering with the chicken pox. And the coach as well looking for him to recover once he's given the green light by the doctors. And he estimates that he may be back in time for the 50 overs and return to the captaincy. And we do wish him a speedy recovery. We'd love to see him back in the tournament. The captain, a significant leadership role he has to play. He's a senior player in the team as well, an all-rounder. So his services are severely being missed, particularly on the batting side here for Guyana. The new batter, Shamar Apple, is out there, the Centurion from round 123 he made.
Yeah, and I wonder though, this probably just drives home the point that Guyana are looking for a positive result in this game, because Emmanuel Lewis batted at 4 in the first innings. Shamar Apple being a little bit more attacking. He's come out at 4 in this innings, maybe with the intentions of getting some quick runs. Another short delivery, badly lined, not cleaned up by Ramanan, and goes into the boundary for 4. So giving away 4 there was Daniel Holder. And Guyana are going to accept all of these extra runs. That one just not getting up at all. So 44 for 2 after 8. Guyana now trail by just 31.
Yeah, and you're right about Emmanuel Lewis there, because he just got 1 run in that first game at the National Cricket Centre against the Windward Islands, where they narrowly missed out, getting to that total of 281 for 9 declared by the Windward Islands. And they also declared with a few overs to go in the day's play, wanting to get at the Guyana team. And 264 they made, so narrowly missing out on getting that total. He made no score in the first innings.
Yeah. So here is Danraj once more. Yeah, Emmanuel Lewis went for no score. He was bowled by Daniel Holder off the inside edge. Shamar Apple also had just 5 in the first innings.
Yeah, I think he was, I don't want to say taunted. There was a lot of banter out there from the Trinidad and Tobago players as Shamar Apple came out to bat. They were on a high, lifted in the air by Ram, lands short of the man at long off, and they get a single. 45 for 2. We're in the 9th over, just about 5 minutes before the luncheon interval. And they would have picked up the wicket of Lewis, and Apple came out to bat. And immediately they had a plan for him. They put the man, they took out the additional 3rd slip and put Lal in at that extra cover. And Apple hammered one past Lal in the air. He was diving away to his left. It went into the boundary. It raced into the boundary for 4. And then he tried to repeat the same shot, walking down the track to Holder, I believe it was. He walked down the track to him, Kadir, and smacked it, milled it, but it was straight to Christian Lal. So it was a plan immediately from Salim Khan and the Trinidad and Tobago team. They knew, they probably studied that video where he scored his runs and how to get him out.
Such is the importance of the analytics when it comes to opposing teams. But again, there's a packed offside field for him. There's a slipper backward point, cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off who's just a little bit deep. Quick single and a direct hit, but Apple is in safely. So again, He is looking to be attacking. Here is Apple, 46 for 2. Launch right around the corner.
Not around our corner just yet. But it's gotten a bit gloomy here. Some cloud covered the Queen's Park Oval. Just looking back. I wasn't looking for lunch, Kadir. I was looking to see if there's any dark clouds behind us. They'll come over Queen's Royal College and the Northern Range. And it's just some light cloud cover as we approach the luncheon interval. And Shama Apple got man of the match in that warm-up game. He got to 69, got two stumpings, got to 69, and was given man of the match in that warm-up game. Ram the Hall versus Ram.
There, Billy, 3 of the senior players, Lal, Captain Khan, and Hola, having a conversation. I'm assuming that they're concocting some sort of plan for Shama Apple.
Quite right you are there, Kadir. Yeah, Khan is just taking out the gully and putting him in cover as Holder runs in. 2 on the onside, full toss. 3 in fact, as Riyad Ali comes into frame. He was out there at deep mid-wicket, a bit straight, more or less cow corner. Interesting fielding position for Apple. They're thinking that he's going to be very aggressive.
Yeah, that seems to be his natural game. Shama Apple had 4 sixes in that 100.
Are you suggesting that wicket keepers are aggressive batsmen? Seeing the likes of an Adam Gilchrist, a name that comes to mind, A.B. de Villiers,
Rishabh Pant of modern times. Yeah, but you know, it's a job that it sort of goes under the radar, wicket keepers, but they have a good sense of what is happening in terms of what the pitch is doing, and so it might just aid in the way that they go about their innings.
You're right, and it makes perfect sense because he kept wicket just a few minutes ago on this surface, so he knows exactly what the bounce is, what the ball is going to do. So they probably adept at getting into tune with the pace of the pitch rather more quickly than other batters.
Yeah, they more than likely have the best idea of what is taking place at that time. Good delivery from Hola. Ram is equal to it.
Just wonder if that full toss with the man who was out at deep in wicket for Apple, if it was a slower delivery again from Holder. Just looking to induce a fall shot if he tried to pull it in the air.
Yeah, Daniel Hola seems to have a bag of tricks up his sleeve, and that lends to something very, very useful, because he does swing the ball as well. This time badly lined, commentator's curse. Yeah, he does swing the ball, so if you add a couple of variations to that, that would mean that he could be quite a handful into his 5th over, 2 for 9.
He was very adventurous with the bat in hand, and he's quite the character. He's trying a couple things, slow deliveries, short deliveries. Another short delivery that seemed to take its time to get up to Ram, and well timed from the Guyanese captain. Just 1 run. The over comes to an end. I just wonder if it might be lunch here.
The players are leaving the field. The bails have been lifted by the umpires, and so the first session has come to an end here on day 2, second and final day of this under 17 round 2 contest. Guyana 48 for 2 in 10 overs, having bowled out Trinidad and Tobago for 184 in the first innings, trailing by just 27 now.
So we'll go to lunch here at the Queen's Park Oval on day 2. Reminding you, Trinidad and Tobago overnight were 141 for 6. Ali Khan not out on 4. And Fornelia not out on 7 overnight. Trinidad and Tobago went on to post a lead of 75. And Guyana able to get the wickets of Ali Khan, who had a good knock, 1-6 and a 4. And after facing a number of deliveries overnight, he almost tripled his strike rate to get to 27. And Fornelia as well, 13 with 1-4 from his overnight score of 7. Charles went for 1, and Daniel Holder trying to score very quickly. He got to 9 with 1-4. And the not-out batsman, Darren Danraj, came out with his injured right hand, and 3 runs to him not out. In that total from Trinidad of 184, there were 11 extras, 4 no balls. And Amsterdam was just struggling a bit with his run up to the crease, but he got it right to pick up 2 wickets for 51 in 14 overs. 6 overs from him this morning. Prameshwar Ram, 3 wickets he have the pick of the Guyanese bowlers, the fast bowlers, that is 3 for 35 off of 9. No wicket for Joseph, just 3 overs from him, Darwin Joseph, for 16 runs. And Dave Mohabir, 3 for 25. 1 maiden, 7.2 overs. Gibran Yaqub, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. And Fiaz Bash, who was quite economical, as well as Yaqub, 1 for 28. 6 maidens in his 14 overs. Richard Ramdahal picked up a wicket, 1 for 16, 3 maidens, 7 overs, and just a 1 over from Adrian Hetmeyer yesterday as we came to the close of play, and it was a maiden. And Guyana in reply 42 for 2, and Trinidad and Tobago getting the wicket of Lamar Chicharan out for 6. And Richard Ramdahal, who was quite aggressive and he looked quite good as well, striking 3 boundaries, 3 fours, 1 6 with a strike rate of 141. He made 24. He was trying to wipe out that 75-run lead that Trinidad and Tobago had at the end of the first hour of play. And 45 minutes after, Guyana are 42 for 2, and the lead, they trail by just 27 now in this very enthralling encounter here at the Queen's Park Oval. So join us after lunch in about 30 minutes time for continued play between Trinidad and Tobago under 17 and Guyana under 17. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain. And the good news, the players are out in the middle. It's been a very lengthy delay. There's been a lot of weather around, and certain parts of the outfield was covered in water. And the excellent drainage around here at the Queen's Park Oval. The covers were pulled just at around 2:30, and we were looking to resume when the rains again came. The players took an early tea break to accommodate the interval, and the rains came again, and it's been a stop-start in terms of the rainfall, but we're ready to restart here. Ball in hand, Riyad Ali Khan, and play gets underway with Guyana 48 for 2 and 10 overs they face so far in their second innings. And the batsman on strike, Shamar Apple, he's there on 2, and the captain, Prameshwar Ram, is on 12. And this one driven through square drive, it'll go all the way to the boundary. So despite the heavy rains and excellent drainage here, that one raced along the carpet into the boundary for 4. Guyana bring up their 50 in the second innings. And after a good start here, wide delivery from the spinner Ali Khan. And as I say, welcome back to Kadir Mohammed joining me here on commentary.
Good afternoon to you, Billy, again. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Yeah, good news is play back on the way, and Shama Apple starting off very confidently, driving through the offside for 4. This one he's going up and over the offside, and he's going to get another boundary here, Shama Apple. So back-to-back boundaries to start off, to restart here for Guyana.
He doesn't miss a beat. He was looking to be aggressive yesterday, and immediately he's getting going.
Taking a liking to, it looks to be Prameshwar Ram, who is on strike. The captain, Shama Apple, is at the non-striker's end. Good delivery from Ali Khan, and he goes right through the defenses of Ram. Clean bowled. So after a couple of boundaries, Ali Khan striking back here for Trinidad and Tobago as he picks up the captain.
I suspect he got some bat onto this, did he? Between bat and pad, was it the Chinaman? Did he get some bat on an inside there onto pad? But he's going to have to go out bowled. And what a delivery here to start from Ali Khan. He struck for a boundary and came back nicely to pry out the wicket of the Guyanese captain, who seems to be reluctant to go. And we're not seeing either. Oh, there is a batsman coming out to bat now. Wasn't quite sure what was happening. The captain was slow to go. So we'll just update you again. And at lunch, 48 for 2, 10 overs in. When the rains came, Trinidad and Tobago and bowled out in the first hour of the morning play for 184 and getting first innings points. And just as we were about to resume after tea, with the players taking an early tea, we were looking for about 2:45 start, and the rains came again. And it started to drizzle, stopped, and then there was another downpour. And the ground staff, Mr. Andy Alexander and co, did an excellent work drying up the outfield. The covers had been on and off, removed about 4 times in the last 3 hours or so. And the hard work allowed us to get play underway here. Adrian Hetmeyer, the new batter, coming out to face Ali Khan, who picks up his first wicket of the innings.
Well, based on the start that Guyana showed here, Billy, what do you think is the mindset? Trail now by just 19. So good delivery from Ali Khan, just staying a tad low, but Admire getting the bat down in time. Oohs and ahs from Trinidad players.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago might be the team that wanted to come out, or more eager to come out, I should say, because they do have the opportunity to get some bonus points. 0.2 bonus points on offer for the fast bowling wickets. And they've started with spin nevertheless, and they've gotten the wicket of the captain, 56 for 3. So that could be the only reasoning I can think of. And because the play on the 2 gets pushed back to an hour extension with the rains that we've had. So they are allowed from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock that they can play, and the final hour of play can start. And of course, during that time, the captains can decide that they want to call it a draw if they want to. And Trinidad and Tobago seems eager to try and prize out some wickets here and get some 0.2 bonus points for fast bowling wickets. As we see the fast bowler, Sion Charles, is going to take up the attack. Surprised that Holder wasn't given back the ball.
Well, Daniel Holder started off proceedings for Trinidad and Tobago, and he picked up those 2 wickets, 2 for 10 from 5 overs, giving the opportunity here to Sion Charles to see what he can do. Starts off on a good area, good length, making the left-hander Apple play. Being very interesting to see what is the mindset of Shamar Apple, because what we've seen from him so far in this tournament, he's looked to be positive, looks to play his shots. Just to see what his approach is. Already 100 in the tournament in round 1.
Well, I don't think Guyana could get batting points here in the second innings with just over 1 hour's play left in the day. Call through for a quick single to that man Lal. Good backing up there. Is it Badri there or Danraj, in fact? Backing up as the throw came into the wicket-keeper Ramanan.
Yes, so they're showing that they still want to be positive here, Guyana. And credit must be given to both of these batters. Very good backing up there from Deron Danraj. Had it passed him, it definitely would have sped away.
But there's some damp areas out there as well, just to the left of screen and alongside the strip. But the Super Soaker was out and dried up sufficiently to start play.
Tucked away from Etmaya, but straight to Padri at square leg. It looks like Danraj. They're on Danraj.
He's closely inspecting his right hand that is heavily bandaged with that wound to the thumb, and he's going to go off. And this is what I was worried about, Kadir. We started at 4:45, and the mandatory final hour starts at 5, and not quite sure. And you have to be very wary of wet conditions and injuries to players. Danraj, who already had a wounded right thumb, and he came out to play. Came out. I'm not sure he would have been bowled. Ali Khan took the ball. It's a good quick delivery there from Sion Charles. And Ali Khan took the ball, not Danraj. And he's gone across to the medics from Universal, providing the medical support here.
Yeah, just precautionary from Deron Danraj. Of course, we don't know the real extent of his injury, but precaution, erring on the side of precaution.
We'll just confirm as well if it is Amrit Pittiman on the field.
I think it might be Aidan Owen, who's come on as a substitute fielder.
Danraj is in the pavilion, and so he spoke to the medics, and he's gone into the players' area, seated in front in the Derek Murray Players Gallery, looking on at proceeding. So if he wasn't going to bowl Kadir, with just a few overs before the final hour, and I'm not sure, of course his eagerness, he'd want to be out there with his teammates on the field. The over comes to an end, 58 for 3, 12 overs gone. You just want to be careful of worsening an injury. So when he was batting, he was taking the bottom hand off the bat, an injured hand, with regularity. He came out to bat at number 11. But even yesterday, he came back on to bowl, and late down in the day, he was spotted up as well, along with Charles, and he was eager to come out and bat. And he wasn't called to bat, but just the enthusiasm from the youngster, just disappearing in the distance into the players' locker rooms.
Well, Ali Khan with another over here. After those couple of boundaries in his first over, he's come back nicely. Chinaman bowler. Driving as admire, and he wants a quick single. Direct hit. And they're going to come through for an extra run. And there you go, Billy. A little bit of slipping and sliding there from Fornelia.
That is the danger. Just heavy rains, and a lot of the ground was covered in water, particularly the boundary areas, and outside of the square, just on that eastern side as well, was a bit soft under the footing. So players want to be careful out there.
Yeah, definitely. Player safety is of utmost importance, especially at this tender age.
And also, Kadir, after 5, it's gloomy out there already. So,
yeah, still a lot of cloud cover.
So not even sure how many overs we'll get after 5 o'clock in terms of light conditions out there and visibility. 2 overs for 14 runs in the first innings, so he was eager to come back into the attack and get some bowling in. Ali Khan. There's that Chinaman delivery. Going away from the right-hander. Didn't seem to read it, Hetmeyers. He was backing away, anticipating it coming back into him, but it went the other way.
Big shot from Hetmeyer, plays and misses. End of another over. 60 for 3 after 13.
So 2 overs after resumption. And if you're looking for fast bowling bonus points as well, and it's gloomy out there, so if the fast bowler continues to bowl, the umpires will just, bear that in mind when trying to decide if the conditions are right and the visibility is okay with the fast bowlers operating. Might also give the captain Salim Khan the option of using spinners instead. I'm not sure if there's bowling bonus points for spinning wickets. Just have to confirm that in the playing conditions.
Meanwhile, Sergeant Charles comes into the attack again. Another quick single. This time Shamar Apple. So they've taken out the slip, and the field for the right-handed Hetmeyer is backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and fine leg.
Well, the fans have also remained family and friends of the players. Few red shirts there in the stands. Not seeing a Guyanese flag just yet, but I'm sure there just might be a few Guyanese supporters as well that have stayed on very late into proceedings on day 2.
Yeah, they have held their ground. Fans lending that support to players.
It's about 4.5 hours they would have stuck around.
Yeah.
Just to keep us company.
Wasn't quite sure that we would even be back out, considering the heavy downpour that we had early on. But as you mentioned, credit to the ground staff, Andy Alexander and co, ensuring that we did get a resumption.
Charles to continue.
You can see the way Sion Charles, his approach is wide on the crease and just pushing it across the left-handers. Just on back of a length, that 6 meter area, 4 to 6 meters. Here's some of the fans that have stayed on, all dressed in red. Seems like a whole Trinidad and Tobago contingent there.
For Trinidad and Tobago, the TKR team successful in their CPL game earlier on today.
Yeah, taking down the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots in a high-scoring affair. Colin Monroe with 120. Returning to the TKR setup. Maybe during the break, the players were taking in some CPL action.
Most definitely. There are a lot of screens available in the Joey Carew Members Pavilion. And of course, with all the devices that the players have there and the free Wi-Fi in the Brian Lara Pavilion and comfortable surroundings, they would have enjoyed looking at some CPL T20 cricket. Barbados was victorious by an innings and 2 runs against Jamaica, bowling out Jamaica for 68 in the first innings and 141 in the second. And they scored 211 for 7 declared. So a resounding victory for Barbados. 4 wickets to Zarel Harding and 3 to Paris, Justin Paris. And in the other game, the Leeward Islands versus the Windward Islands at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward Islands winning that game. Won by 244 runs. They bowled out the Windward Islands for 74 in the first innings and 63 in the second innings.
Huge victory for the Leeward Islands. So we've had a result in terms of wins in the other 2 matches.
And that man score in the area. Lal is giving chase. He's not going to hold that one back in. And 4 runs to Hetmeyer. Trying to exert his authority in this innings. He had an excellent knock of 45 in the first innings on the back of his 43 a couple of days ago in round 1. Well in control there.
Got that front foot out, way in front, and hitting it exactly where he wanted to, over mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. A little bit fuller from Ali Khan. Seemed to be the wrong on delivery. 66 for 3 now after 15.
And that man, Kunal Tilokani, 5 wickets for 9 runs with 8 maidens in 12 overs. He picked up 8 wickets in the round 1 game against Jamaica, and now against the Windward Islands, who scored 238 in their first innings and 143 for 5 declared in their second innings. And Tilokani got 37 and 55 to Jacon Atenez, the main run scorers.
Yeah, he's been the real standout player for Leeward Islands. We saw him at the UE Spec in that game against Jamaica, and he was absolutely brilliant. He was miserly with his off-spin bowling, and he also showed that he can bat too, batting in at number 3. I think he got some runs in that game as well to go along with his wickets. A lot to think about here for the Trinidad and Tobago team, as Cyan Charles, another quick single, this time Batu Singh just on his heels at mid-off, and Apple taking the opportunity to get down the other end.
Tilokani Kadir got 85 runs in the first innings in this game in round 2, and Jacon Atenez got 52 in the first innings, and Tilokani 37 in the second innings, and Atenez another 55. He got to 49 in the second innings in round 1, and in the first innings I believe it was 18 he got. So he's getting better and better.
Tilokani, that is.
Tilokani.
Yeah. Umpire not ready.
A lot of talent on offer here in this Rising Stars Under 17 Championship.
Oh, pleasantly driven from Hetmaya. It deserved 4. It was pitched up and square driven all along the carpet for 4.
A lot of flourish in the shot as well. Have a look at it here. It was lovely to watch. Over pitched from Charles.
Pleasing on the eye. Aesthetically good from Adrian Hetmaya. He's been racking up the runs back in Guyana, Adrian Hetmaya. I was following him since his under 15 days, and he was scoring hundreds at will. Yeah, he is now at the under 17 level and looking to make his presence felt.
He scored a 58 not out as well in that warm-up game Guyana had back on Tuesday the 6th, just before they left in preparation to come for this tournament. And batting for the Ram, the Hall 11, 222 for 4 declared. They scored in just 36.5 overs. Himself and Shama Apple, who got 69 in that final innings of that warm-up game. So both batters coming into this tournament in good form, and a lot would rest on their shoulders as the over comes to an end. 71 for 3 after 16. A lot is going to rest on their shoulders in this tournament, knowing well that the captain Romario Ramda Hall has not been well and would miss. He's missing here and would probably miss round 3 as well. We hope to see him back for the 50 overs, and we wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, he must be absolutely gutted not to take part in these games for Guyana. Too wide from Ali Khan. Signal wide now by umpire Johan Williams. But the good thing is though that he can view all of the live action on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. All of the under 17 action.
Yeah, and you're right, Kadir. With the long break, you would have had the opportunity to look at that game, Patriots versus the Knight Riders. 120 for Colin Monroe, 6 sixes and 14 fours.
Yeah, returning to a franchise where he had so much success previously.
Alex Hales as well, 47. 3 sixes and 4 fours. They put on 114 for the first wicket in 9.1 overs.
Yeah, that wicket in St. Kitts at Warner Park seems to be an absolute belter. Up and over from Apple. Does it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. Up and over the offside. Authoritative from Shama Apple.
He looked to be very aggressive when he came out in the first innings. Hit 1-4, and then another powerful shot he hit straight to the fielder. And here, showing a bit, he's looking to be, he's playing each ball on its merit, and the balls that are in his hitting zone, he's looking to capitalize and try to be positive as possible. Because it's not easy for the batters after a long break to come back out just to face a few overs, not knowing how long the balance of the innings is going to be, and do it in fading light as well.
Yeah, part and parcel of batsmanship. Knowing when to be fully switched on, when to switch off. End of another over, 78 for 3. So now Guyana lead by 3. Just a couple of overs for Sion Charles, and now Daniel Holer is being reintroduced into the attack. Again from this media center end. Where he had all of his success in the first innings and in the second innings too, picking up 2 wickets, 2 for 10 from 5 overs. Captain is positioned at slip. There's a deep point. Backward point inside the circle, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg.
There, Kadir, from our screens, you could just see the bowlers run up as Holer is walking back. Just the impressions made on the surface from Sion Charles to give you an idea just how much water was out there and how just soft it might be on the footing for the fast bowlers. Still damp conditions as that ball is landing in front of Ramanan. Coming up and hitting him in the chin. He does have the helmet on, so that as well can give you an idea that conditions are not easy, and he's anticipating. Well, he's not taking it off from the spinner, but he keeps it on just in case, and just as well, because that one just landed in front of him and off of the glove onto the chin, so he does have protection. Holder switches around to round the wicket. He switches from round the wicket rather to over the wicket left arm.
Yeah, in modern times we've seen keepers keep with a helmet on, standing back to the seam bowlers. So it's not something new. It's something that he would have definitely practiced. He's comfortable with it.
We saw a glimpse there of Charles just scraping up with his boot at the batting crease. Again landing in front of Ramanan. He's a little bit closer. But just scratching at the surface there. They did it on both sides of the pitch, the fast bowlers, because as they run in, and we showed you the run up as well and the impression in the grass, they can pick up some loose grass, some mud and stuff below the boot. So when they're landing that front foot there, if there's any soft, wet material under their boot, they can't skid through. that popping crease.
Taking the edge, and Apple has to go. So, and reward again here for Daniel Holder. He picks up a third wicket, and the Trinidad and Tobago team absolutely jubilant. They've gotten rid of a danger man here.
Holder is certainly ecstatic with that wicket. We have a look at it here. Just look at his front foot as it lands as well. And that one angling back in and getting the outside edge. And we made mention of the wicket keeper, and the ball was keeping a bit low, and he does have the helmet on. But a good catch from the wicket keeper low down. And Guyana, another 0.2 of a bonus point for bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So 79 for 4.
One thing to note, Billy, it's gone past 5 o'clock. According to my watch, it's 5:14. So I have not seen any signal from the umpire as to indicate that the final hour has started.
You think we missed it, Kadir?
Well,
I haven't seen anything either.
I've not seen anything to
Yeah, normally
suggest
there'd be
such.
a tapping of the watch to the scorers.
I think we might need a little bit more clarity on that issue. Meanwhile, it's 79 for 4. Emmanuel Lewis comes out for Guyana. Guyana lead by 4. Can we see a bit of a topsy-turvy end to this day's play? Daniel Holder certainly would have a lot to say about that. 3 for 11 now.
And Lewis has been struggling a bit, hence we saw Shamar Apple coming in ahead of him. That number 3 spot where he would usually come out to bat, and then Hetmeyer came out ahead of him as well. So he just dropped down the order. One delivery to come. Yeah, they're going to put a second slip in. Lal gleefully accepts the call from his captain Khan to get into second slip. The man at third man is here, just asking for some adjustment.
Daniel Holder sent him finer, and the captain now is telling him to go a little bit squarer. Full delivery on the pads, a good one to start here. End of a good over. A successful one for Daniel Holder and the Trinidad and Tobago team. It's 79 for 4.
And Lewis will be very happy that he kept that one out and didn't get off the mark on this occasion, but didn't get off the mark in the first innings either, facing 6 deliveries. But keeping that one out, which means that he doesn't have to worry about facing up to Ali Khan just yet, as he takes the time. And it's important as well to get his eye in terms of the light on offer and visibility out there. So he has a few, perhaps just a couple deliveries, just to get acclimatized to conditions out there and dilate his pupils according to the light out there.
Well, it's not as overcast as it was when we started. Clouds have blown away. Then again, it's well past the 5-hour mark. Allowing this one to go by is Hetmeyer. Another googly there from Ali Khan, or the wrong one, just leaving the right-hander. It is a slip in place. Driving past Badri and going down to the point boundary and giving chase, and it's not going to be hauled back in. Adi Ramsaran, valiant attempt, but it gets into the boundary. So another boundary here for Hetmeyer.
So despite the heavy rains as well, as we have another look at this shot here, he's getting out on the pitch, and it was the wrong one, and reading it quite well, stroking it out, timing it to perfection. It raced across the outfield despite the weather conditions. In stark contrast this time, he tries to power it past Adi Ramsaran at cover and gets nothing onto it. Of course, on this occasion, it was the one that comes back into the right-hander. Bolstering the offside now. He's put a man in at cover point. The substitute fielder, Aidan Owen, sprints across.
I'd be tempted though I'd be tempted though to drop back the cover just a little bit, not to the boundaries edge, but just about 3/4 way back. Just for that uppish, lofted shot in that direction. Because by the looks of it, he is not going to hold back here. He's going to play his shots. Ali Khan with just a bit of a tempter outside the off stump, a little bit slower. Not drawn into playing there on that occasion with Maya.
Yeah, we see he's not afraid to go aerial, the long off and long on in position as well, just for that shot. And he did go in the air over Lal at mid-off earlier on and went into the boundary for 4. So they've dropped the fielders back, Salim Khan. And yeah, just confirming a bit belatedly. At the end of the over, 19 gone, 83 for 4.
Okay. Guyana lead by 8.
1 for 25, Riyad Ali Khan. He's gotten 5 overs. Didn't only bowl 2 overs in the first inning, so he's happy to come on and get an opportunity to round his arm.
Yeah, he could be a real weapon for the Trinidad and Tobago team going forward. You know, looking ahead to what is to take place. You know, so and we know that the art of wrist spin is all about confidence. And giving him an opportunity here to just showcase his wares, bowl in the middle, invaluable experience.
And it's a rare skill as well. And if you do have a player that can do that, you want to try and just nurture that talent, develop it so that he can use it later on, not just for his personal career, but for the betterment of creating a good prospect for West Indies cricket, not just Trinidad cricket, to have that option in your armory.
Full again from Holder. Yeah, you're looking at teams around the world, the top teams around the world, and all of those teams have a world-class leg spinner. When you look at the likes of England with white ball, that is Adil Rashid. There's also Adam Zampa for Australia.
But a left-handed Chinaman bowler.
Nur Ahmad of recent time for Afghanistan and all of franchise cricket. Waka Salam Kale as well, who is also in this year's CPL with St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. Switching franchises.
Almost sad to see him go. But there was a new bowler, Usman Tariq,
Yeah,
for
Pakistani.
TKR. Yeah, Pakistan.
Back over the wicket now. Full on driving is Lewis, gets off the mark and it goes through. Is it Aidan Owen down there, the substitute fielder? Goes under and goes away for 4. I would not make Holder happy one bit.
Owen might just be disappointed as well. Coming on as a substitute fielder, you know, you don't want to put a foot wrong. And he got his foot in a tangle there, his feet in a tangle. Just wonder if he just skid a bit. I wonder if he skidded there in the outfield. There was also a part of the area on the boundary edge that was fully, and the water was covering the boundary rope. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
So excited to get around to it. Got his foot in a tangle. But I like what I'm seeing here from Daniel Holder. He's very intelligent bowler. He's targeting that front pad. This time the outside edge and taken. Lalling at second slip. And success again for Holder as he picks up Lewis for the second time in the innings. And it's 87 for 5 now, Guyana.
And if you were wondering why are we still out there after all the heavy rains, it's another 0.2 of a bonus bowling point for the Trinidad and Tobago team with a fast bowling wicket. And I have to say, I have to admire the captaincy of Salim Khan as well to put Lal in. We saw the minute he called on Lal to come into that second slip, he raced across. He doesn't need a second invitation, Christian Lal. And a good catch there. To bear in mind as well that the ball itself might also be a little bit damp from the outfield. So it was high up to his right. He leapt in the air. And Lewis is not having too good of a tournament here so far. Still a lot of time for him to recover. There's round 3 up next. And he was an important player for Guyana. And in last year's tournament, Emmanuel Lewis, we also haven't seen him do a lot of bowling either. I think he just bowled 2 overs in the round 1 game at NCC. But he didn't bowl here. Adrian Hetmeyer was preferred yesterday. And just a 1 over from Hetmeyer. So you know at times when your batting is not going too good, sometimes your bowling doesn't work too well either. So he's stuck in a little bit of a rut. But a talented player, and we do expect to see much more of him. It's the new batter coming out, Mohabir.
Well, Billy, what are we seeing here?
Well, we're seeing 2 slips in place.
Well, 5 down for Guyana now, and the light has certainly come back out.
Yeah, the sun is out now, peeking out, just to brighten up proceedings here, shining some light on the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Well, you see why I told you that Daniel Holder is an intelligent bowler? For the first 4 deliveries of the over to Lewis, he was targeting that front pad and then just threw that bait outside the off stump. Got that big boom and drive going as Lewis' eyes lit up. Saw the opportunity to score, but just managed to get the outside edge, and Lal took the catch. So 4 wickets again to Daniel Holder, 4 for 15.
4 for 15 in the first innings, 4 for 15 now. 8 wickets in the game. So 1.6 bonus points just from the arm of Daniel Holder.
Very impressive with this young prospect here, Daniel Holder. And he's offering that left arm angle as well. I think if he is nurtured in the right way, he could be a real prospect going forward for firstly Trinidad and Tobago and by extension West Indies cricket, because we're always searching for left arm seamers.
Yeah, most definitely. There's Nathan Edward, who's played in the Breakout League. And is he with the TKR as well? Edward, he was with them last year, I believe.
He is. Yeah, Jediah Blades also. Well, 2 slips for the left-handed Mohabir. Turning this one down to short fine leg position. It's going to be just a single as he gets off the mark. A bit of a spring in the step of the Trinidad and Tobago team now.
Yeah, I was just about to say the captain Salim Khan. We were just mentioning his captaincy in this game. He's been very proactive. He's not been shy of making changes, and clearly a lot of work was done behind closed doors in terms of analyzing the individual batsmen from Guyana. Because we saw when Apple came out, there's immediately a field change, and he's been ringing in changes, trying to prize out more wickets. So we even see he's employed 3 slips for his fast bowlers, and knowing when they were changing their lines to move it to 2 slips and a gully and so on.
Uzanaz.
The sun is out. It's just about 26 minutes past 5 o'clock. We'll go all the way to 6 o'clock. And 5 wickets down here.
What is Hetmeyer doing? Wandering out of his crease.
Well, it's something we've grown accustomed from Adrian Hetmeyer. Youthful exuberance, as you've put it, Kadir.
Oh, another good delivery, sliding past the outside edge. Things happening here for Trinidad and Tobago. 89 for 5.
Well, the lead is 14, Kadir. And if we want to think long term in the next half an hour, as to what can possibly transpire. Definitely, and I don't want to say that Guyana, that they're going to get bowled out. I don't want to say that. They made 109 in the first innings. And there's a lot of, particularly with Hetmeyer out there, the mainstay in this game for Guyana. Just thinking on, they do have a lead. So there's not much time left in the game. So they're still battling on. Anything can happen in this game. As there's Salim Khan again, just making all the changes.
Well, there's Daniel Holder. He's setting his field the way he wants it. His captain is allowing him to do so. 2 slips go down.
So it's been a long day, and we had some overtime yesterday. But the players are out there in the middle battling on for their countries. And Hetmeyer looking to continue on the good form he's shown in this 2025 season. So he'll want Mohabir to just stay with him as long as possible. And let this game go out into a draw. Holder, who's standing in the shadows, and he's not in agreement with his captain in terms of field placing. Because Fornelier, did he go to extra cover and he was asking him to go on the onside?
Mm-hmm.
He does have that slower ball that he's been bowling, and perhaps wanting, it's a full toss there, perhaps wanting an extra protection out at mid-wicket, and I think he's going to get his way now. He's calling up a third man. He wants him up.
This is good. This is very good from the young man. Dictating the pace as to what sort of field setting he wants. Oh, excellent again on. Just landing in front, Ramanan, who can't clean up and be able to go through for a bye.
Well, I'm glad that he has the helmet on, because we've spoken about it, and a few deliveries just landing in front of him. He's not going to go any closer to the stump, and he shouldn't, because at the under 17 level, I don't think you're allowed to stand up to the fast bowlers with the helmet on. We did see for Joel Williams, the wicket keeper for Jamaica, I believe
Binns.
it was, Binns. Yeah, he went up to the stumps for Joel Edwards. And you just have to keep an eye on that, because I'm not sure they were allowed to. But he does have the helmet on here, Ramanan, as he takes a step closer in.
Cut away, but straight to backward point. Mixing up his lengths here is Daniel Holder. 4 for 15. His figures so far: 2 slips, deep point, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a wideish fine leg.
Good to see as well, Kadir. We saw Lal getting involved in some of the decision making, and just to take that pressure off of the captain as well, because he might just be thinking about other things and other strategies. So he was using his experience just to set the field and fine-tune the fielders in the right areas. There's Hetmeyer again. He's calling yes and taking off, knowing that the single was not on. Just toying with the fielders. End of the over, 90 for 5. The run rate as well is 4.09, and the lead 15.
Well, I wonder if he's just trying to farm the strike here, Adrian Hetmeyer, because off the last ball of the over, he's just trying to
Well,
hit the single.
yesterday it took a while for him to quite grasp what the coach's instructions were in terms of trying to farm the strike. And you could see that he was battling, because he was taking singles off the first ball of the over with the lower order in with him. And I had a word with the coach this morning. Good delivery here from Ali Khan. I was just asking him, has the message got through to Hetmeyer in terms of farming the strike for the lower order. He said yes, it took him a while, but he understood what he had to do eventually. And just as he started, he understood what he had to do later on, albeit later down. And just as when he was still taking off and had to remind himself not to run, to expose the lower order. So I'm going to peel off the pad here, off the thigh pad of Mohabir. Just as he got that understanding, and he was batting quite well on 45, and I have to say he was a bit unlucky to be out. He was cutting a shot, hitting an uppercut, and the man was there at third man, and it went straight to him. But either side of him, it might have traveled all the way for 6, and he got good contact trying to play that uppercut, and he was very disappointed. It would have brought up his 50 as well. And a good knock from the young man. And he was also the last wicket to fall, so just as he understood the role he had to play and was started to do it, he was unfortunately out with an aggressive shot. Also, he knew that he was trying to hit the boundary.
Loud appeal. And not out, says the umpire.
Might have been struck outside the line of the off stump, or was it the Chinaman as well?
Ooh.
It was, but he's outside the line of the off stump. And was he playing a shot?
Good decision in the end. From
Yeah, I
the
agree with you
umpire.
there.
Looked a lot closer in real time.
Particularly since it was heading back toward the stump. But a nice long stride forward by Mohabir. And had to be playing a shot as well for the umpire to decide that it's not. And the umpires have also had an excellent game. And I was sure to let them know that this morning. Of course, Mr. Imran Mokan would love to hear that. He was having a good game. A man that is a very jovial character.
Man out of Guyana. Guyanese native. Well, the plan now from Guyana might be to just close up shop. Just not allow the Trinidad and Tobago team in any further.
And the right man is there for that job, Adrian Hetmai. He's the man in form and well aware of what the task at hand is.
Not happy that he didn't get that one in the gap. Hetmaier.
And himself and Shamar Apple, a couple of very aggressive batsmen for Guyana. And they're missing their captain, Romario Ramdahal, who's not well. So increased responsibilities on their shoulders. Captain at the top of the order, Parameshwar Ram. And with Lewis in not too good of a form currently. Of course, it just takes one ball to hit yourself back into form. And Richard Ramdahal as well at one down. Just increased responsibilities on the young man, on his shoulders. The pitch almost entirely covered in shade.
Turning this one away, wants the quick single, and it's gonna get it. Not entirely confident, but he's able to pick the single there.
Well, he wanted the single, so he had to take the chance. So just leaving 2 balls for Mohabir to face in the over.
Opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago to get some close-in catches. 2 slips, 2 extra covers.
This one close to a wide delivery. Of course, in October, there's going to be that trial of a change in the regulation when it comes to wide deliveries. The batsman moving around in the crease. They're going to use the guidelines for the markings for the danger area. They're going to use those, extend them. They're going to extend him for the leg side for the wide delivery. Zion overcomes standing 91 for 5. 24 gone. 4 wickets to Holder, 1 wicket to Ali Khan. 19 to Hetmaya and 1 to Mohabir. And if the batsman is moving around in the crease as the bowler is running in, that is going to be taken into account as to where the bowler pitches. So if it's wide of the guideline on the offside for wide and the batsman steps across to the offside, that line is going to move to the same degree as the batsman, how he has moved across, bearing in mind that the return crease is still going to be the wide mark. So if it goes outside of that, it is going to be called a wide. And similarly on the leg side, sharp work there from Khan at first slip. On the leg side with the batsman, if he stands on a middle stump or a middle and leg stump, if he shuffles across and allows a ball heading down the leg side to go down the leg side, nice piece of work from the wicket keeper. A couple of appeals, and the appeals are to the presiding umpire Williams for a quote behind. We have a look at it here again.
Traditional Chinaman delivery, back into the right hander, beating him on the inside edge. He's going through a good spell here, Ali Khan. He's settled along now and hitting his areas.
Yeah, if the batsman steps across and the ball lands, although it's down the leg side, and it lands within that guideline, no run here, of where that demarcation is for the danger area at the stumps end, it's going to be extended. And if the ball is within that on the stumps, it's not going to be called a wide, even though it's down the leg side.
That is in white ball cricket, isn't it?
Yep, definitely white ball cricket. Hetmaya again charging down the track just to tempt Charles. But he's doing that bearing in mind that he wants the strike with one delivery to come. He wants the strike at the end of the over on the next side. He read that one quite well as it went the other way. To leave it alone, end of 25 overs, 91 for 5. And the entire pitch now, and almost the entirety of the square covered in shade. The shadow from the scoreboard across the pitch now.
5:41. It is.
So a few times, Kareem, you see the batsman, when he sees the ball heading down the leg side into his ankles, he just walks across, allows it to go down the leg side, and sometimes, not all the time, it's called a wide. So it's the batsman standing in his normal position is going to be taken into account for that ball heading down the leg side.
Interesting. A little bit of a tweak to the regulation, the wide.
Yeah, and it's an attempt to give a little bit of leeway to the bowlers, because we do see batsmen shuffling around the crease, and if the batsman is moving and the bowlers are being punished with the batsman moving, so if he backs away and you push it wide outside the ostom or down the leg side and then he steps back across, it's called a wide. And this one close to a wide here on the offside from Holder. So he's just providing a bit of justice to the bowlers. Just speaking from a bowling point of view, they're not being punished, because we do know in the limited version of the game that extra delivery that you have to bowl is sometimes you can go for runs. Reminding you that we are going to have a 50 overs competition between the 6 teams as well on conclusion of these 3 rounds of 2-day cricket.
Round 3 starts back on the 20th, which is on Wednesday. Round 3 action. Short delivery, guided and taken. Change up again from Daniel Holder and picks up a fifer here. Mahabir, short stay has to go just for a single. 91 for 6 here, Guyana.
And there's Salim Khan. You could see he's telling him, trying to guide Holder where to bowl. He's done that quite often, tucking him up for room. And Lal comes across in front of the captain on the first slip. And there you see the celebration. If that is exactly what he was telling Holder to do. The 6th wicket goes down now. Kadir, 5:43.
Very interesting passage of play here, it must be said, heading into this close of play on the final day of this encounter. Enthralling. Well, Billy, did you see anything of the sort coming?
Absolutely not. And bonus points, another 0.2 of bonus points by Daniel Holder for his team. 3 dot balls and a wicket. 2 balls to come in the over. The lead is 16.
A deserved 5 wicket haul for Daniel Holder. He's worked his socks off in both innings. 4 in the first innings, 5 now.
Well, he
You
has
could add to
another
that.
16 minutes to try and get a 10 wicket haul in the match. Just 1 more wicket he would need. He's gone for 31 runs. 9 wickets for 31 runs in the first and second innings combined.
They're going to be happy with what they've seen.
Shouts of encouragement as well coming from the KFC stand. Look, there he is there, bellowing out instructions. And so is Salim Khan. He's calling in for some field changes here. Players are moving in all directions. And Lal just reinforcing the decisions by the captain, communicating the decisions to the bowler Holder as well. And Holder, you're quite right, Kadir, he's very particular about where he wants his fielders. He's gotten that third man fine.
Yorker length delivery. Very impressive stuff from Daniel Holder. 1 delivery to come in this over. And could very well see another short delivery here to Yaqub, Jibran Yaqub, the new batter for Guyana. 2 slips, third man, backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Oh, in the air, but over the head of Badri, who was the lone man on the leg side. And wanted 2. Yaqub sent back by Hetmeyer. It's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. Exciting into the day's play.
I think Mohabir wanted 2 for his shot there. He thought he deserved 2, but sent back by Hetmeyer also as well. I just wanted to give Hetmeyer back the strike for the start of the Ali Khan new over.
Well, Yaqub is gonna have to face Ali Khan now, and this could be very interesting. New batter. Hetmeyer is safely on the other end. One slip, backward point. Man forward of point, very close on the offside. Extra cover. Well, cover and a short extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Square leg now is coming over to the offside into a second slip. Bat and pad close together. And given. Ali Khan strikes again. Yaqub looking to play a sweep shot, misses completely. And my oh my, 8 down now for Guyana.
So from 48 for 2, they've lost their last 6 wickets. playing across the line of the delivery and struck in front. And Ali Khan gets another wicket. 2 for 27. The lead is 17.
Well, Billy, it's all happening here, not short of action here. And boy, oh boy, those fans who have stayed on, they must be saying, well, thank God we did. Because Trinidad and Tobago have a couple of minutes here. 5:48. Billy?
They've lost their last 6 wickets for 44 runs.
But my apologies, it's 92 for 7. As Fiaz Baksh makes his way out. So they've lost 5 on the resumption.
Yeah, 5 wickets for 44 runs. So the young batsman Fiaz Bash is out in the middle. Batters to come Mika Amsterdam, Darwin Joseph. And just 11 minutes before 6 o'clock, which should be the cut-off time.
Well, Fiaz Bash gets off the mark in fine style, looking to play a shot that Gibran Yaqub did. When he got out this time, he made contact, gone down to the boundary for 4. So he gets off the mark. Adrian Hetmeyer is positioned at the non-striker's end. And this time he's looking to cut with 2 slips in place.
It's been an action-packed last 50 minutes here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a venue that has been no stranger to exciting cricket. The over comes and then racing across is the wicket-keeper and the captain, trying to get in the overs, signalling for the helmet to young Danraj, who races across into the locker room, not wanting to lose any time at all.
And Daniel Holder is continuing here, Billy. He's still continuing, so that is suggesting to me that the light is still good from a batting perspective. Had it not been good, then spinners would have had to pick up the attack.
Just goes to show, if you were thinking that there's nothing left in the game, battling on here is Hetmeyer on 19. Ten overs from Holder. I don't think you're going to get the ball out of his hand anytime soon. The umpires are going to have to take it from his hand at the end of the day's play. He bowled at 10.3 overs as well in the first innings. So 32 runs in 20.3 overs. And 9 wickets. Almost getting through there. Hetmeyer looks for 1. Come back for 2. Doing the chase is Lal. Excellent return to the wicketkeeper on the bounce as well. .98 for 7.
The sun is peeking out again, Billy. 5:53.
So if Holder finishes off this over, he might just get 1 over again from Ali Khan.
Into the sixth over of the second spell, Daniel Holder has come back and pick up 3 wickets in this particular spell. 3 for 9 in 5.3 overs. 2 slips in place.
And then there's another budding leg spinner on the rise for Trinidad and Tobago. Plays for the Queen's Park Cricket Club. A guy by the name of UV Cantassing. Young 14-year-old. I believe he's the nephew of Kavish Cantassing. Played for the CCC and Trinidad and Tobago. Quite a talent.
Spinner. Driving away beautifully through the offside from Hetmeyer. He's not flustered by what has taken place. At the other end, he continues to look in fine touch here, Adrian Hetmeyer.
Just you could see there, he's making the slight adjustment in his front leg to create room for a ball that was angling back into him. And full flow of the bat through the line of the delivery. And speaking of talented fellas, Adrian Hetmeyer is really looking good here.
Oh, this one is up in the air. And the catch is taken. So Adrian Hetmeyer gets the commentator's curse. And a 6th wicket to Daniel Holder gets the big wicket. Hetmeyer has to go for 25, admonishing himself. After that dismissal, top edge, leading edge, and safely pouched by Charles.
We saw him get out, unfortunately, in the first innings with an uppercut shot to third man that could have gone for 6 had it been either side of him. I would have gotten him 50. On this occasion, he's trying to work it into the onside. And it started outside the leg stump and was just angling back into him as he tried to turn it. Got a leading edge. And unfortunately for him, he could have gone anywhere on the onside and he might have been safe. But it went into the offside. And he has to go. The lead 27. 100 has come up with that boundary, that cover drive from Hetmeyer. 102 for 8.
Daniel Holder now has 10 in the match. Meanwhile, it's the end of the over. 102 for 8. Micah Amsterdam makes his way out.
10 for 38, is it?
556.
Total.
Winding down here the Queen's Park Oval in fine style.
Is this going to be the last over of play? So, I'm just wondering here, Kadir. A man is in front of the bat and they were calling for the helmet.
Fiaz Bakshas, he is continuing to wheel away. He's not flustered by
So in the last
close-in
game
catches.
in round 1, was just making calls for a man to be close into the bat. As his push past second slip, diving away, doesn't go to hand, or did he get some hand onto it? And a chase down for Adi Ramsaran. Diving away, they couldn't take the catch, young Badri. Second slip. Oh, it's a difficult chance.
There's a bit of a gap between first and second slip. Two.
He's gone a bit wide.
Really?
He's taking a step across now. Both first slip and second slip.
Batu Singh is the man with the helmet on.
Yeah, just wondering. And I was going to make the point in the round 1 game when we were making calls as to how close the batsman can stand. He has to be about 15 yards away. It's the closest you can be at the under 17 level to the batsman on strike. What a delivery. Beaten Amsterdam, the new batsman.
He's made his mark where he needs to be, but he's just he just inched up a little bit.
Just
Batu Singh.
a bit of a delay tactic here. Smart cricket from young Bash. Runs down to have a word with Amsterdam. Just to try and delay in the over and play as we approach 6 o'clock.
Oh, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire this time. Oh.
He's not playing a shot either. Hence not taking off for the run. We'll have a close look at this one here.
Oh.
On the back leg it struck him.
Height?
Perhaps, yeah. The umpires have been very good. Not out here. Both umpires, Imran Mokan and Johan Williams, have been quite good across the 2 days in their decisions. And perhaps for height there, Kadir, because it certainly looked in line.
Got the edge and signal no ball by the umpire. A dejected bunch of players, hands on heads, a moment of disbelief. Raid Ali Khan has overstepped the front crease.
Well, it's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. An exciting finish to this game, this 2-day game. And Ali Khan, 2 wickets for 33 he has in 10 overs as the umpires are going to... Well, umpire Williams is heading across the square leg. Morkan is heading towards the stumps.
And Daniel Hola is going to continue, Billy.
Yeah, you're not going to get a ball out of his hands, could you?
No, but I'm making the point because if there's fade in light, then the fast bowler is not supposed to operate. But as it is, he's still continuing.
Yeah, and as well, and we were making the point earlier, when the shadows started to come across the pitch, usually you would see, if the fast bowler is on, that the umpires would just have a word with the captain to let him know. But they have no light meters here. And the umpires would just have a discussion in fading light to the captain that if he's going to perhaps keep on the fast bowlers, they might think calling an end to day's play. But Holder has... Well, he's going to continue bowling here to the young Fiaz Bash. There's a fielder in front of bat, Darius Batu Singh, with the helmet on. And the umpire has not gone all the way to square leg. And there's a hold up in play here. And they're on the radio as well, perhaps trying to, as we estimate, 6 o'clock should have been the close of play.
No, Daniel Hola he cannot continue. In fading light, he has to take back his hat from the umpire. Now a spinner has to come into the attack. Oh no.
So we're a bit perplexed here. He's replaced with another fast bowler, so the light could not have been the issue. And I just wonder what the issue is with Holder. And umpire Williams didn't retreat to his square leg position. He just stood there at the end of the over onto that second strip, and they were in communication with the presiding umpire Mokan, and they were on the radio as well to the third umpire.
I'm wondering though if it's because he bowled 6 overs in this spell. Maybe he's not supposed to bowl more than 6 in one particular spell.
Yeah, I think the maximum amount of overs for the fast bowlers in any one spell is 6. You're quite right, Kadir. So they're just making a check onto how many overs he had bowled.
Yeah, 6 overs in the second spell for
So
Daniel
I have to
Hola.
say he got his 10 wicket haul in the nick of time.
Precisely that.
This one cut away for 4 by Bash. He's looked better and better the longer he's been out there. 8 balls he's faced, and now it's his second boundary. 1 sweep shot, and now a square cut for 4. He's on to 9. 108 for 8. The lead 33 as we are into the 30th over.
It's gone past 6 o'clock. It's 6:03. Well played by Baksh. Right behind the line of the delivery. And with all the close-in fielders, he kept it down.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago has brought on their fastest bowler as the clock ticked over to 6 o'clock. Once the umpire got to that end, they would have had to start the over once it was before 6 o'clock. And the delay was just a check on the overs, the amount of overs Holder bowled.
Cutting again, but this time straight to Holder, who's at backward point. Lead is 33.
He's going to come around the wicket now. Diminutive figure of Fiaz Bash. Coming into this game, the man from third man now comes into second slip. There are 2 gullies and 2 slips as Fornelia goes right arm round the wicket to Bash. And he's dealing in boundaries here, the young man. He pulls this one away. He's going to go all the way down to the vacant fine leg into the boundary for 4. He goes on to 13. 112. Look at that shot there, Kadir. I couldn't have played that shot better myself.
Yeah, whipped it away dismissively by Fiaz Baksh. He is not overawed by the situation here, Baksh.
I tell you, it's quite dark here as well in the commentary box in the media center.
One delivery to come in this over from Fornelia. Struck on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Umpire Mukan. And
it's going to be stumps finally here on day 2 at 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. And what an enthralling last hour and 20 minutes it's been.
we're gonna have another over. Right, Ali Khan has ball in hand. Umpire Johan Williams is standing at the presiding end.
I thought for a moment there I saw the umpire flicking the bails.
Your mind is playing tricks with you, Willie.
I just want to go home. It's very dark here in the commentary box.
Oh, big shot from Amsterdam. Picked up over the leg side. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Amidst all the drama, Amsterdam has just whipped this one away for 4. 6:06. It is now local time. And this time over the offside. It's not going to get to the boundary. It's going to be pulled back in. Couple more to Amsterdam. Lead stretches past 40 now. It's 41. 118 for 8.
Well, as it was explained to me, there would have been an additional hour that would start at 5 o'clock for the rain delay. We've gone past that hour now. And is it that they have taken into consideration the 75 overs that would have had to been bowled before the final hour of play, and because of the rain delay?
This one up in the air. Fornelia giving chase. He's not going to get to it. Meanwhile, they're able to come through for a couple. Couple more to Amsterdam.
So if they added up the time lost at a rate of 15 overs an hour, and with the amount of overs that were bowled, 13 this morning for Trinidad and Tobago in the first hour of play before they were dismissed, and 10 overs before lunch.
Tossed up and given the treatment by Amsterdam. Goes into the boundary now for 4.
Yeah, I think that might have gone all the way. I'm hearing shouts of 6 from the stands as well. So the umpire is not even able to see if the ball has gone over the boundary in this fading light here. So I just wonder, Kadir, if it is that when they took into consideration time lost and the overs, and the 13 overs from Trinidad and Tobago, and then the 10 overs and 2 overs of a change of innings, 10 overs that Guyana faced before lunch, and then the rains came, and they added all those overs up, and they weren't quite at the 75 mark yet, if they had to get in those overs before the start of the final hour. I think it's the only explanation I could come up with.
We're not quite sure as to what is taking place, and players are still getting into positions.
The lights are on across in the floodlights at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, and the lights are not on here at the Queen's Park Oval. So just confirmation, 2 overs will be left. The final hour of play was signaled at 5:16. So just as I was saying, Kadir, they didn't get, with the calculations in terms of time lost, they still didn't get to 75 overs. So they had to continue on to get that 75 over number in, which finished at 5:16. And the Guyanese batsman here, Fiaz Bash, is just dealing in boundaries. That one close to the boundary edge and is going for another boundary. And the indication as well is, as long as they didn't bowl the fast bowlers when light faded, and it seems to me light started to fade after 5:30, but definitely 5:45 it would have been quite dark.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's a very interesting passage of play here on the Queen's Park Oval. Not short of any dramas. 132 for 8. Lead has gone past 50. It's 57 now. Quick delivery from Badri. And kept out there by Baksh. So Baksh has gone up to 21. It's 132 for 8. After 32 overs. Ali Khan is hustling down to the Brown Lara Pavilion and to start another over.
I did say as well, I thought that Guyana in the second innings were good for 150 runs at least. So the 138 for 8. But the rains and the time lost just diminished the opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago to try to get a result, bowl Guyana out and try and chase down any lead set. And they've done quite well, Guyana, to get to this point in very, very gloomy conditions out there.
Yes. Much younger than we are, Billy. So they'd be seeing this ball big like a football, you'd think, at this stage. Definitely with the spinning operation, the umpires are trying to continue play here.
And to be fair to them as well, the batsmen have not shown any inclination that they're struggling to see the ball. Just the older umpire, when it went for 6, he signaled 4. Well, I'm not sure if it went for 6, but he signaled 4. But he was asking if it had cleared the ropes. Amsterdam is on 12. He goes again in the air. Cornelia diving. He doesn't get there. He's going to go into the boundary for 4. It's going to be the third 4 off of the bat of Mika Amsterdam. Fighting on here for Guyana.
tossing it up as high he can, inviting the big shot. And Amsterdam is not holding back. Regardless of time, regardless of conditions, he's playing his shots here. Amsterdam up to 16.
This partnership, Kadir, has put on 34 runs.
This one in the air. Again, Fonile is trying to get under it. And a bit of a slip. And puts it down. Went high into the air. It was racing in. Was not sure of where it was going to land for Nelia. And just when it started to come down, has his hands in the reverse cup position and just seemed to lose his footing. Chance goes a begging.
And you spoke about safety before. There are just a couple soft spots out there in the middle. And are we going to be finally at the closer pay? The umpire has his hands on the bails again. Hasn't picked the bails yet. He's looking at his watch. Umpire Williams, and yeah, that's what I thought in the last over. Umpire Morgan had his hands on the bails. I thought they were going to call stumps. He didn't. And again, Williams had his hands on the bails and didn't pick the stumps. And now he's going across the square leg. We're going to have another over. So this might be the final over. Might just have to call Colin Murray to get the lights on here for us in the commentary box. It's a main breaker across there, Kadir. So we've been illuminated.
Let there be light. And light there was.
Did you think we'll still be here at 6:15 on day 2 on a Sunday evening? Badri into the attack. 3 slips on a gully. A man in front of bat, Darius Batu Singh. He's as close as he's allowed to be, 15 yards away or so.
Credit to these two, they've really stood their ground. They've played on merit, Amsterdam and Baksh. Trinidad and Tobago may have thought, had the opportunity to pick up those remaining 2 wickets. They've come out here with some purpose. They've not just tried to keep the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers out, they've actually played shots too.
Yeah, they've struck 8 boundaries, 8 fours.
Very important 9-wicket partnership here. A match-saving partnership. 35 it is, it's worth, of just 36 deliveries in fading light. Tongue the leg side and yep, stumps on day 2. Second and final day has finally come to an end after what was a relatively action-packed resumption. It's ended in a draw, an exciting draw, Billy. Guyana 137 for 8.
We lost over 4 hours, 4.5 hours due to the weather. And upon resumption at 4:45. And we've had a lot of excitement, as you said. 137 for 8, 34 overs bowled. And it'll be finally the end of day 2 in this round 2 game. Round 3 starts on the 20th of August. And the Leeward Islands versus Guyana at Inshanali Park. And Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica at the National Cricket Centre. And Barbados versus the Windward Islands right here on Wednesday, the Queen's Park Oval. So as the cover comes on, we let you know the results of this game. Trinidad and Tobago won first innings points and a battle for bowling bonus points in the second innings. Guyana getting to 137 for 8 as we conclude this game here on Sunday at Queen's Park Oval at 19 minutes past 6 o'clock. From my co-commentator Kadir Mohammed, our producer Aidan Rampasad Singh, and our cameraman today, Mr. Kadeem McGregor. This is Billy Furlong saying next time you see us, we'll be at the toss on Wednesday.